Hey guys, tonight we're creeping down the warped wooden stairs of an Aegean pier, each plank whining like a seagull with laryngitis. Also, you can chase a rumor only barnacles and moonlight still believe. Picture the harbor stretched out like black velvet, nets abandoned to dry like ghostly hammocks, and a salty breeze mixing tar, thyme, and yesterday's fish stew into a strangely comforting perfume. You might mutter, "Great, a midnight stroll with seafood cologne. Just what my insomnia ordered." Trust me, it's about to get weirder in the best possible way. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And hey, drop a comment with your city and the exact time glowing on your bedside clock, because we're building the most international nest of night owls on the internet. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You pause at the edge of the pier, toes nudging splintered wood where land exhales and the sea's long inhale begins. Waves slap the pilings in lazy applause, as if congratulating you for still being awake. Then, drifting through the salt-thick air, comes a metallic ping, small, musical, almost shy. Your head tilts, your feet follow. Beneath a coil of hemp rope, hidden where moonlight can barely brush it, waits an oblong shell, pulsing with a glow so faint you wonder whether your eyes are freelancing imagination. You nudge it free. It's heavier than any souvenir, cool against your palms, humming so softly you mistake the vibration for your own pulse. The shell once belonged to a sea turtle, but someone has banded its rim with bronze strips etched in delicate knotwork, turning nature into wearable jewelry for reasons only divine postal clerks understand. You rotate it under the moon. Shallow grooves thread the carapace. No ink, no paint, just dark incisions filled with promise. Bringing the shell to your ear, half expecting cliché ocean static, you catch a voice. Whisper thin, threading syllables through the shell's curves. Tonight I carve on bones older than mortal crowns. I carve because the night forgets nothing, and neither should you. Your hand jerks. The humming becomes a heartbeat you can't place. Yours or the shell's. You listen again. The words loop, balanced on a rhythm that could pass for a lullaby in hexameter. No mortal poet hides inside a turtle shell, unless, of course, you've picked up Hermes' private voicemail. Merchants once claimed, only half joking, that if a message was worth hearing, Hermes had whispered it first. That proverb tingles in your mind as you trace the shell's engravings, because tonight the messenger god apparently left his answering machine in plain sight. Flip the shell over and the interior hollows into neat chambers, the edges sanded velvet smooth. 7 bronze pins line the rim, each shaped like a miniature key. Your thumb taps one and the soft ping rings again, the shell vibrating like a cat purring secrets. Across the wooden planks, a sleeping gull twitches, nature's closed captioning for "Something strange just happened." Letters aren't new to this coast. Generations before papyrus grew cheap, herald runners carried etched wood or lead scrolls knotted in goatskin pouches. Those runners, the creaks, doubled as diplomats, town criers, and battlefield negotiators. Their badges evolved into the caduceus twined with serpents. What textbooks seldom mention is how experimental those couriers grew once winter storms ruined paper. Tablets of beeswax layered onto cedar, ostrich eggs scratched with trade manifests, and, on rare nights when cargo spilled inland, turtle shells repurposed as floating post. Your shell may be one of those wild prototypes. A carved line shimmers where grooves meet, a faint filament of light that pulses with each word the shell speaks. You realize that sound, text, and glow belong to the same choreography, part of a ritual where reading is listening and listening is almost dreaming. Suddenly your memory coughs up a bizarre footnote. Coastal shrines kept live turtles for divination. Pilgrims scratched questions onto bone splinters, fed them to the reptiles, and later dissected the, processed tablets, hoping for prophetic rearrangement. The practice, calonomancy, lasted centuries, though modern tour guides skip the details over lunch. Some scholars still debate whether the ritual produced meaningful answers or simply provided temple accountants with steady turtle feed revenue. The shell in your hands prefers more hygienic correspondence. Words rise again. If love measures itself by distance, measure me by tides. I send this carved moon to you, my anchor at dawn, not addressed to you, unless you share a nymph's name Hermes might have ghosted. Yet the confession slides under your defenses, warming your cheeks with second-hand yearning. Who knew the silver-tongued herald could draft love letters too raw for Olympus gossip? You scan the dark water. Harbor lamps, oil wicks behind tin shields, blink lazily, projecting restless halos that skate across barrels and nets. Midnight still belongs to you, the fishmonger's cats, and some uncertain spirit humming inside reptile armor. You want answers, but artifacts don't supply manuals. What you do have is context. The Aegean once spun like a web of merchant convoys, each island a knot where gossip and grain swapped hands. Messages hopped from hull to hull, piggybacking on crates of figs and amphorae of olive oil. The shell pings again. Its interior glows brighter, sketching a map across the inside curve. Paros, Naxos, Delos, pearls threaded on black water. One island flashes. Delos, although the caption simply reads, Midnight Shell Ping Number 1 delivered. Delivery confirmation, centuries before push notifications. You snort. Of course a trickster god would invent red receipts millennia ahead of schedule. Another voice overlays the first, lower, urgent. Carrier compromised. Wind-thieves sail at dawn. Covert route advised. Wind-thieves? Your eyebrows stage a coup. Maybe rival couriers intercept shells the way certain city-states intercepted smoke signals during wartime. Athens once accused Sparta of hiring hill climbers to rewrite beacons mid-air, a historical tidbit wedged between troop movements. If a turtle shell network existed, pirates surely tried hacking it. You weigh the shell. Despite extra bronze, it could still float, a buoyant message pod. Imagine Hermes engraving a valentine, sealing the shell with resin, and nudging it onto the current, trusting Poseidon to deliver it to a lover hidden in a moonlit cove. Sailors were fined for dumping broken amphorae because pottery shards shredded nets and hulls. But no statute forbade tossing shells so long as they drifted. Underwater archaeologists occasionally net one. Resin seems intact, the interior still dry enough that ink smolders when air finally touches it. Museum conservators celebrate. Shipping insurers update risk tables. Poets grin at their ancestors' resourcefulness. The next step for you, logical or foolhardy, is to follow the shell's whisper. Following cryptic instructions at midnight rarely ends with cocoa and a blanket fort. Yet curiosity taps your ribs like a drummer auditioning for a mythic band. So you chalk it up to educational tourism. The nearest skiff bobs unattended, tied by a tired rope to a warped bollard. No name, no stares down for permission slips. You decide ancient heroes would call this communal borrowing. As you step in, the boat sways, protesting softly. Planks creak like stage boards waiting for lines. The shell settles in your lap, its hum vibrating through your knees. An ASMR track recorded by distant constellations. Oars rest across the thwarts, but the current nudges you seaward before you can row. Drifting feels right. Rowing feels desperate. You lean back and let destiny do the paddling. Harbor lanterns shrink behind. Townhouses now sugar cubes under the moon. Somewhere, a tavern's late fiddle threads the night, the melody rippling on chilly air until swallowed by distance. Stars crowd above, ice-bright sparks in ink. None of the constellations you know sit where they belong. Maybe Hermes has rearranged the sky out of office boredom. The shell's whisper surfaces. Pierce the quiet of olives at dawn. Trust the tree that mourns in silver. Olive trees wave on distant hills, their leaves flickering from green to ghost silver as they dance with the wind. That matches the next breadcrumb. You mentally trace the coast toward Attica, guessing you'll land where groves saturate the soil and nightingales rehearse lullabies. Your thumb flicks a bronze pin and the shell lowers its hum, allowing a new sound to rise. Plucked strings from a single-stringed pharynx, ancient cousin to the lyre. It plays a riff so gentle your eyelids droop, but adventure demands alertness, so you twist the pin back. The music fades, words bloom again. Fear not the hounds at the gate. They bark for coin, not blood. Pay with song if your purse grows light. Images of snarling watchdogs guarding city walls flicker. Some city-states taxed letter carriers at the gate to fund guard kennels and torch oil, a practical yet pricey obstacle to romance. Travelers short on coins sometimes sang epic fragments or told bawdy jokes until gatekeepers relented. An early proof that entertainment can be legal tender. Scholars still debate whether such toll songs counted as voluntary culture or polite extortion. Either way, local musicians never ran out of inspiration. Your boat drifts on, guided by a color you've never seen. The water glows turquoise below the hull, as though a secret seam of phosphorescent algae pulses in greeting. A low lamp now hangs from the prow, its flame the same hue. You didn't light it. Accept the gift. The glow makes the carved map inside the shell clearer. Etched coastlines, scribbled depth marks, and tiny symbols representing headwinds, all animated by the lamp's flicker. One symbol, a spiral, sits off the port beam. The shell purrs louder when you angle toward it. You comply, because ignoring a spiraling direction glyph feels like telling a GPS, "Surprise me." Clouds gather, dark quilts smothering starlight. The prow lamp brightens automatically, bronzed wick burning steady, untouched by wind. Ancient craftspeople knew that copper salts coax flame toward green. Festival pyrotechnicians documented recipes on wax tablets, hinting at chemical literacy far older than your high school lab goggles. Rain threatens but never falls. Perhaps the clouds are only audience decorations, summoned for theatrical effect. Below, dolphins slice the water, silver arcs catching stray lamplight. One surfaces close enough to splash you, and you laugh out loud, surprising yourself with how easily joy finds space aboard a rickety boat. Another ping. A tiny scroll unfurls from a barely visible slit, curling like a fern shoot. You catch it before the breeze claims it. The parchment weighs no more than a privilege. Letters crowd the fibers. Dear deliverer, if this shell finds you unprepared, remember that courage is not a shield but a doorway. Let every hesitation swing wide and walk through. Signed not with a name but with a sigil. 3 concentric waves encircling winged sandals, a joint emblem of Hermes and Poseidon. The sea god subsidizing shell mail makes a mischievous sort of sense. Poseidon never missed a chance to tweak Zeus by empowering, shall we say, independent contractors. Shoreline fills your vision. Limestone cliffs standing shoulder to shoulder like pale giants, guarding a crescent beach dusted with moon-silver sand. Olive trees rustle behind, a soft rattle like distant applause. You have drifted exactly where the shell wanted. The prow kisses sand with a gentle crunch. You leap out, pull the skiff higher so the tide won't reclaim it, and sling the shell under your arm like an oversized conch. Somewhere in the grove an owl hoots, a punctuation mark. Soft earth replaces wooden planks under your soles. Olive leaves flip in the light breeze, each flashing silver when they reveal their pale underside. A tree that mourns in silver indeed. You thread between trunks whose roots twist like sleeping serpents, bark pale and pitted. Every few steps of fruit thuds down, releasing a faint peppery scent. History coats these groves. Olives fed armies, oiled lamps that prolong symposium arguments, and crowned athletes at Panathenaic games. A single sacred tree on the Acropolis allegedly descended from Athena's original gift after her contest with Poseidon. Cuttings of that tree were smuggled to allied islands, creating diplomatic forests. Which island hosted the first offspring? Scholars still debate, brandishing pollen data and scowling across conference tables. But tonight the leaves themselves seem less concerned with provenance than with the lullaby they whistle to the night. The shell's hum shifts into an almost speech-like murmur. Seek the tree whose roots twin about a stone marked by lightning. There, letters bloom. You obey. Torchflies dart through the branches, each a firefly wearing a magnesium cape. They swirl around one tree thicker than the rest, its trunk wrapped around a charred boulder. Lightning scar ribbons the stone, black veins spidering outward. No inscription visibly greets you, yet the shell's glow intensifies, lighting grooves on the bark. Those grooves mirror the ones on the shell. As you press the shell against the tree, vibrations align, a quiet resonance that crawls along your spine. The bronze pins rotate on their own. A hush falls. Even the owl pauses mid-hoot. Then bark fibers peel like paper, revealing a shallow cavity where another turtle shell rests, half the size of yours, adorned with silver instead of bronze. You cradle it carefully. This hum harmonizes, a duet of longing. Inside the cavity lies a folded parchment, edges brittle. You open it, reading by the glow of twin shells. If you carry this letter, our words have crossed the sea of sleep to you. Tell the one who waits that I sail with dawn and faith. The wind-thieves cannot outrun me. Ash. The handwriting arches elegantly, each letter tall as reeds in a spring marsh. You imagine Hermes scrawling this, cloak flapping, anxious yet determined. Mythic speed fails when the heart travels. Even gods get tangled in emotion's undertow. A shiver climbs your arms that has nothing to do with cold. You tuck the parchment into your satchel. Somewhere beyond the limestone cliffs, wind-thieves, whatever form they take, prepare their own dawn journey. You adjust your grip on the bronze-banded shell and glance back toward the beach. Turquoise lamplight still pulses at the boat's prow, a beacon and a reminder that the night isn't finished guiding you. Steps crunch behind you, slow, deliberate. You spin, adrenaline flaring, but see only a shaggy dog the size of a small bear. It bares teeth yet wags its tail, confusion and curiosity warring in amber eyes. A collar jingles. Tied to it dangles a wooden disc stamped with the symbol of the nearby city gate. Gate dog patrols start early apparently, collecting stray travelers like unpaid tolls. The animal sniffs, then sits, tail thwacking dusty earth. You scratch its ears, feeling silly for picturing Cerberus. Still, the dog's arrival means walls and guards lie ahead, along with whatever toll songs your voice can negotiate. As if on cue, the shell whispers, sing of journeys underwater. Tell how turtles teach seas to cradle words. The hounds will nap. You exhale, amused and relieved. Somewhere a rooster warms up, throat quaking, dawn's soundcheck. Night recedes but the quest marches forward. You pocket the smaller shell, shoulder the larger, and follow the dog along a narrow footpath toward the faint glimmer of torches marking a gate. And that is where we'll leave you. Mid-grove, dawn slinking under tree limbs, carrying contraband affection etched on turtle armor. Ahead wait barking gatekeepers, postage you'll pay in song, and the possible theft of wind. But those verses belong to another stretch of night, and another shell ping. You lift your gaze once more. Olive leaves flutter like silver coins tossed skyward by an unseen banker of fates, each flip deciding whether love letters reach their haven or vanish beneath waves. Somewhere over the horizon, Hermes paces a deck, pockets filled with yet unsent words. Your heart echoes his urgency, beating a rhythm both momently and mythic. For now, breathe deep, taste the marriage of salt and olive oil on the breeze, and savor that electric hush before the day flips its switch. Your footsteps will script the next stanza soon enough. The dog's paw prints guide you back across the silvered sand of the cove just as the sky begins to hint at dawn. A thin wash of pewter sliding over the horizon, threatening to bleach the velvet that protected you all night. The larger shell hangs from your shoulder inside a sling you tore from your cloak. The smaller silver-banded shell nestles against your ribs, its throb matching the hush and draw of the sea. Salt wind flutters the sling like a flag of intentions you haven't fully confessed to yourself yet. A wave curls in, collapses, then recedes with the resigned sigh of an insomniac finally giving up on sleep. There, in the slick mirror it leaves behind, glimmers a third shape. Another turtle shell, much flatter than the two you carry, its lacquered surface catching the fledgling light. The dog trots ahead, sniffs it once, and sneezes, as though even gate hounds have learned that messages addressed by gods come with unpredictable aftertastes. You crouch, setting bronzeband close enough that the two artifacts almost nuzzle like siblings, and lift the newcomer. Its feather light, scarcely thicker than parchment, and surprisingly dry despite lying in the retreating tide line. Along the rim, a thin seam of purple resin rings the carapace. Tyrian purple, your mind registers, a pigment once harvested drip by agonizing drip from thousands of little murex shells. City-states coveted that dye so fiercely they posted guards on rocky promontories where the snails clung. Records mention embargoes, bribes, Even night raids aimed solely at pilfering buckets of mollusk slime. Purple, color of queens, bishops, and apparently VIP mail. You raise the shell to your ear. At first, only the ocean answers. Then, as though coaxed by the hush of your own breath, a new voice unfurls, warmer, breathier than the ones that shimmered from the bronze shell, less like a prophet and more like someone leaning across a couch late at night. I have counted the gulls between us and lost track. I have weighed the pearls of your laughter against Poseidon's trident and declared the sea bankrupt. If longing were a drachma, I would mint until the moon grew weary. You bite your lower lip, half embarrassed to eavesdrop, half enthralled. The tide pushes up again, sliding over your ankles. The water is cold enough to startle nerves fully awake. When it drains away, the shell pulses. Tiny ripples of light leaking through the purple resin seem as though dye itself could glow. You angle it. Across the carapace, minuscule letters emerge, not carved this time but raised, perhaps baked into the lacquer. A new script you can't immediately name. Similar to linear B, yet with loops like cursive vines. Scholars found shards of this script on Samian wine jugs last century, and still argue in ever-thickening journals whether it represents a regional alphabet or merely a potter's decorative whim. You sandab your fingertips so they're free of grit, then trace one raised line. The shell shivers. A scrap of parchment the width of a thumbnail pops from a near-invisible slit at the edge, flips once in the breeze, and lands against your sleeve. Ink glints, bronze green this time, as though written with oxidized copper filings. You squint. Messenger, let the water carry half of what burns you. Hold the shell flat to the tide and listen. The dog tilts its head, ears pricked. You kneel, press the purple-rimmed shell onto the glossy film of seawater just as the next wave slides in. The moment shell meets sea, concentric rings ripple outward. Not mere circles, but actual sentences. Words spelled in foam that hold shape longer than seems strictly lawful. The first line reads, "Can you hear me?" And the question travels outward on the surf, big enough that even gulls overhead swerve to avoid tangling wings in linguistic spray. Your heart thumps so hard it might create its own tidal pattern. You answer in the only vocabulary you trust to be universal. You nod. The shell warms in your hand. Water evaporates instantly. Then the voice returns inside your ear. Good. Then know this. I leave Creausa Cove at first blush of dawn. The wind-thieves lurk north of Mykonos, hungry for any sail that hums with the promise of secrets. Keep the bronze shell locked. They sniff bronze resonance like sharks scent blood. You glance at the larger shell hanging at your hip. The bronze pins appear dimmer, as if they've slunk into a defensive hush. You tighten the sling cords. The sea bubbles around your boots again, sifting sand between toes. Another ring spreads. I'm coming home. Home. For a sliver of a heartbeat you translate that as your own rooftop, your own bed still imprinted with the restless shape you left in the blankets. But the word belongs to someone else. Someone on the run from thieves that ride wind the way corsairs ride crests. You refocus on the shells. Carriers, confidants, maybe accomplices in a romance braver than any you have planned. The dog whines, nose twitching toward the grove path. Dawn has stepped closer. Pink begins to leak into the rim of the world. You tuck the flat shell beneath the sling strap so it presses like a second sternum. Then you resume the narrow trail of paw prints, sand giving way to dusty loam speckled with olive leaves that glimmer like sequins fallen from a costumer's cloak. Wind swirls through the branches. One stout limb arches overhead and you duck automatically. Bark mottled with pale lichen brushes your knuckles, leaving powder that smells faintly of citrus. You remember reading that lichen dyes once colored shepherds' cloaks across Delphi's high meadows. A humble cousin to Tyrian purple, cheaper and less envied, but still treasured on cold peaks. Monks later inscribed psalms about lichen's resilience, likening faith to tiny plants that etch stone. Whether their metaphor sprouted first in the mountains or among shipping ledgers is still under debate. But nobody denies the dye's earthy perfume has lingered in monastery halls for centuries. Ahead, the dog stops at a low stone wall. Dressed granite blocks mortared with clay and ash, sturdier than it appears. Beyond rises the city gate. Two squat towers of sun-bleached limestone, arrow slits scowling like sleepy eyelids. Iron-bound doors stand ajar just wide enough for a single traveler. Torches flicker on either side, their plumes of smoke painting grayscale calligraphy against the pale sky. Between those torches dozes a pair of mastiff-sized hounds, jowls puddled on flagstones. Bronze collars dangle wooden tokens bearing the same sigil the grove dog wore. Toll dogs. A third dog, your temporary guide, trots up, nudges the nearer hound, then flops down as if clocking in at the dawn shift. You clear your throat, step forward, and feel all three shells vibrate like tuning forks anticipating concert pitch. The bronze one hums a minor third above the larger turtle heartbeats. The purple-rimmed shell counters with a bright major sixth, unplanned harmony floating scarcely audible. The nearer guard dog's ears twitch. It lifts its head, eyes narrowing. Somewhere high above, a watchman leans out, corselet flashing. Voice cracked from night air. You summon a melody the shell whispered earlier. A song about underwater journeys, turtles teaching seas to cradle words. You begin softly, uncertainly, but each note lands, resonating in the hollows of the shells. The dogs cock their heads. You weave lyrics of salt-slick messages riding moonlit currents, and the rhythm falls into the hush and draw of the surf you left behind. Halfway through the second verse, one dog lets out a huff that sounds suspiciously like a restful sigh, lays its great head back on its paws, and closes its eyes. The second dog imitates. Even the watchman up on the rampart appears to rest forearms on the parapet, chin propped in his hands, lulled by the lilting tune. You draw out a final note, let it fade, and listen. Snores answer. Toll paid. There's something gratifying in outsinging a coin. You slip between the doors. Wood groans behind you but holds. For a moment the city reveals itself like a theater set still waiting for actors. Stone roads sloping inward, whitewashed walls blushing faintly under sunrise, a lattice of alleys scribbled between terracotta roofs. At street corners, amphorae of fresh water wait for doorsteps to wake. As you step forward, a flock of swallows loops overhead, tracing figure eights that mimic your every twist in the olive corridors. Their morning chirps knit with distant pottery wheels starting up, dull thuds of clay slapped onto spindles. Potters here produce tableware etched with seahorses and ivy vines. Some academic insists the motifs encode harvest calendars, but others retort it's just fashionable doodling. Debate flared last year when a kiln excavation revealed shards depicting vines in bloom during months scholars swore vines would be bare. Conferences turned spicy. Someone's footnotes were called viticulturally illiterate. If only pot shards could roll their eyes. The narrower of two streets draws your feet, partly because sun free pours golden light down it, partly because the shell's hum deepens as you angle that way. Stonework gives way to planks bridging a sluggish canal, a water-bearing artery leading directly to the agora. You cross. Carp ripple beneath, their scales flashing like hammered coins. The market ahead is just waking. Stall owners lift reed screens. The smell of bread oozes from a bakery where a boy fans embers into furious orange. Across the square rings a smith's first hammer blow of the day, pure, sonorous, almost ceremonial. That note vibrates the bronze pins of your larger shell. One pin rotates a hair's breadth, and suddenly a new line of script scrolls inside your ear. Keep west of the fountain. The song seller owes me a favor. He will cloak you in melody, free of charge. You obey. A marble fountain anchors the square, Cupid statues spouting twin arcs of water. Complaints from elders about wasted water probably echo here at noon, but dawn hushes criticism. You duck behind an herb stall, brushing stems of dill, basil, and coriander strung overhead like leafy curtains. The vendor, still dozing on a stool, snores softly in time-scented dreams. Beyond him perches the mentioned songseller, a wiry man in woolen cloak despite the rising temperature. His stall stacked not with instruments but with sealed clay jars labeled in neat Ionian script, verse, ode, lament, lullaby. He sells songs the way apothecaries sell tonics. By weight, by intended effect. He spots you, nods once. Collectors rout, your satchel sings. You angle the shells away from direct view, but not before he glimpses bronze and silver. I'm merely delivering the mail. Your voice cracks again, altitude of breakfastlessness. He pulls a wooden drawer hidden under the counter, produces a tiny flute carved from bone, holes gilded with tin. On the house. He winks. Blow once for calm seas, twice for wind-thieves confusion. You open your mouth to protest, but he's already rearranging jars, humming scales that flutter like skylarks. Gratitude best shown in brevity. You pocket the flute, touch 2 fingers to your brow in salute, and continue west. Stone tightens underfoot. Buildings crowd closer. Somewhere behind a shutter, a lyre twangs through warm-up scales. A woman rinses linen in a basin. Purple runoff tinges the gutter. A hint that Tyrian banks fever here, may be funding whole wings of this humble town. Nothing violet-rich escapes a tax ledger. Yet sunlight fragments the violet into little bruises of color puddling along cobbles. Pretty in an irresponsible way. The shells remain quiet, as though concentrating. You slip into a side alley narrow enough that walls brush shoulders. Painted on plaster, graffiti silhouettes dance. Figures mid-tumble, hair flying. Last year's festival dancers. Preserved in quick brush strokes that look casual but take practiced hands. Some antiquarians argue these urban murals functioned as civic memory boards, but city officials claims they're simple whimsy. The argument has lasted 2 symposium seasons with no truce. A turn, then another, and you emerge at a small quay where the canal rejoins the sea. Boats bob, ropes creak. Across rippling water, a cluster of sails bills out pale gold in the newborn light. Merchant fleet preparing exodus. Among them you spot a single tri-sailed vessel trimmed with purple pennants. No standard merchant would flaunt Tyrian like that. It screams lure and maybe decoy all at once. Wind-thieves would salivate. The shells shiver in unison. Something about that vessel in particular vibrates in their inner chambers. Morning sidles in like a shy guest, knocking first with the scent of warm bread wafting through the inn's cracked window, then nudging with a single shaft of apricot-colored light that slips between the shutters and paints a slanted bar across your face. You surface from sleep, momentarily unsure which coastline you occupy. Then remember the shells nestled beside you and the quiet vow you accepted over wine and olives. The room, spare but friendly, greets you with the faint creak of timber adjusting to sunlight. Somewhere below, the dog from yesterday stretches out a groan that sounds remarkably like an old man praising the invention of mattresses. You swing your legs onto cool planks, splash water from the basin over drowsy eyes, and shrug into yesterday's cloak. Its salt-crusted hem crunches, souvenir of the currents you rode in. The bronze shell glints from the bedside table, the silver-rimmed one nested beside it, both innocently silent. Dawn's hush feels cooperative, so you cradle the silver shell, the letter now sealed within. Tuck it into a sling and head downstairs. The common room smells of barley porridge and citrus peel. A single lamplight still flickers, unwilling to concede its watch today. The courier stands at the hearth, already lacing calf-high boots, curl of warm steam ghosting from her tin cup. She lifts her gaze, offers the kind of gentle smile people save for either longtime friends or those about to depart on errands requiring cheerful bravery. Currents turning, she says, voice lowered to respect the half-sleeping patrons. Best to send it before fishermen clog the channel. You nod, accept a crust of bread slicked in rosemary oil she presses into your palm, and follow her out through the side door. Morning air carries a briny nip but promises heat by noon. Down on the quay, fishermen shuffle like dreamers still editing their plots. Nets rise and fall in practiced arcs. Gulls drift overhead, hoping for breakfast negotiations. At the tip of the breakwater, where stone meets open blue, you kneel and place the silver-rimmed shell into a pool no wider than a foot yet deep enough to mirror the sky. The shell hovers on the surface, buoyed by hidden air. For a heartbeat nothing happens. Then purple resin glows, softer than dawn itself, and the shell slips outward as though a pair of unseen hands guides it. It slides past mooring posts, threads between rocking hulls, and disappears into the channel with the composure of a pilgrim certain of the road. Mission half complete, you exhale. Behind, the courier's hand rests on your shoulder only a moment, but that light pressure reroutes any inclination to second-guess yourself. Now, she murmurs. The olives are waiting. The phrase feels both invitation and instruction. She leads you through narrow streets still draped in morning coolness. Sunlight ricochets off lime-washed walls, lighting the path like tossed coins. Cats patrol rooflines, tails flagging their territorial shifts. You round a corner and step onto a dirt track that climbs inland, away from the sea's colloquy of wave slap and distant caulking hammers. Almost immediately the world changes color. Terracotta roofs drop from sight, replaced by slopes shaggy with olive trees, their leaves flashing silver under the breeze. Each tiny oval flutter acting like the wink of a conspirator who knows delicious secrets. The courier stops where a stone marker lingers half-toppled. Carved upon it is the spiral you now recognize as the emblem of this clandestine postal lattice. She pats the lichen-splotched surface, then veers left down a barely visible goat path. You follow, shoes crunching last year's leaf litter. Birdsong sprinkles overhead, warblers rehearsing duets, finches gossiping. The courier's pace is deliberate yet unhurried, as though she's synchronizing her pulse with that of the grove. Occasionally she taps a tree's trunk in passing, a knuckle knock that sounds like a password. 2 taps, then 3 trees later a single tap. A pattern you suspect means more than good morning wood. Wind sidles through branches, pressing leaves into a susurrus not unlike the opening rustle of parchment. You slow, attention snagged by the cadence. Clusters of short sighs, then a longer exhale, then 3 short again. Morse code in chlorophyll? You match the rhythm to her knuckle pattern. Realization dawns. The trees are talking back. She glances over her shoulder, reading comprehension on your face. Every grove hums its dialect, she explains. Listen long enough and you'll sort the vowels from the consonants. Her grin quirks. Leaves gossip worse than bards. You attempt to parse the hiss. Consonants could be the quick flicks, vowels the longer swishes. Together they shape a living cipher, letters formed by the shiver of leaf against air. You watch one branch articulate a phrase, each twitch lined up with a gust. Your mind, still sticky with sleep, molds the pattern into syllables. Cathare, cathera, pure, could be coincidence. Could be olive Greek telling you its fruit will press clear, unsullied oil by end of harvest. The courier leads deeper until trees grow older and trunks twist thicker than a bull's torso. Low walls of piled fieldstones snake between terraces. Red anemones poke through gaps, defiant. Sun has climbed a sword's breadth above ridge by the time she halts in a circular clearing. At center stands an olive whose base splits into 3 and rejoins higher, limbs braiding skyward. Scarred bark flashes burnished copper where a lightning bolt once skinned it. Yet the canopy above looks lush, defying age and electrical assault. You step closer. The hum radiating from this tree thrums deeper, more resonant. The bronze shell on your hip answers with a sympathetic vibration. Pins rotate. A low note rings. Air in the clearing becomes a hush you feel behind your eyes. The courier kneels, places her palm against a root that buckles from earth like the back of a slumbering whale. This old one recorded our earliest routes, she whispers. Before cedar tablets, before reed tags on pigeon legs, traders carved marks into living wood. Scar heals, letter stays, slow ink. You crouch opposite, lay your own palm against the root. Bark warms under morning light. Heartbeat of the tree moves sluggish but certain. Grooves between wrinkles catch the sun, revealing shallow line after line. Some vertical strokes, some looping diagonals. Many overlay older scars until they layer history like palimpsests of flesh. You spy what might be the emblem of a Phoenician anchor, then a stitched pattern you dimly recall from Minoan seals. Both cultures once sold olive oil across all the known sea lanes. Multiple ages cohabiting in one trunk, each leaving their own signage, like stickers crowding a pilgrim's walking staff. Wind picks up. Leaves overhead rustle, and suddenly the canopy utters a phrase clear as spoken word, though no vowel crosses your eardrums. Instead meaning lands straight into comprehension, as though leaf motion files wisdom directly behind your eyes. Welcome, new guardian, bearer of bronze, pupil of whispers. You jolt. The courier's lips tilt knowingly. First message is always the greeting, she confirms. A second rustle conveys, trade oath renewed, carve no lies, carry no avarice heavier than cargo. Mainstream historical knowledge slides into your memory. Athens's lawmakers once codified strict standards for olive oil purity, imposing fines on merchants who diluted export amphorae. Those amphorae bore stamped emblems certifying sacred grove origin. Loss of certification equaled loss of honor. Today scholars paint amphora stamps as government bureaucracy, but ancient farmers believed the trees themselves oversaw the oath. Disrespect the oil and the grove might withhold its yield. An obscure tidbit surfaces. On the island of Thasos, archaeologists unearthed a tiny bronze whistle shaped like an olive leaf. Blow it, and the pitch scares away a specific beetle whose larvae worship olive pits. Locals called it the shepherd's leaf, believing nymphs taught farmers the tune. The whistle you carry, bone flute gifted by the songseller, suddenly feels like a cousin in that ancient toolkit. Another wind swell whispers. Decode as olive decants. Slow, cool, protected from light. The courier removes a small bronze stylus from her satchel, slides it into a scar slot like turning a key. Bark rearranges, opening a palm-sized hollow. Nestled inside lies a slender scroll of beaten gold foil, engraved with loops so fine they might float off if you exhaled too hard. She lifts it with care, sets it on a flat stone, and smooths it with gloved fingertips. You lean closer. Lines interlace like vines on a trellis, letters mingling with miniature amphora icons and fish scales. At first glance it reads as ornate art. Then you notice repeating clusters shaped exactly like olive leaves, pairs, then triplets. Literacy rushes in. The leaf pairs stand for vowels, the triplets for consonants, harking back to the wind code. The spaces between clusters match the hum cadence of bronze pins when they clicked on your cutter. Everything syncs. Wind, tree, shell, stylus, all legs of one courier alphabet. You grin, the sort of grin that would make friends ask what prank you're plotting. The courier mirrors your smile. Together you begin reading. To the one who listens through rustle and hum, freight leaves at second full moon. Cargo manifests disguised as hymn numbers. Guardians marked by silver shell signal safe passage. Beware the trading post in Mindos, it weighs loyalty lighter than coin. You trace a leaf glyph that glints like morning dew. Hymn numbers. She nods. Temple songbooks. Numbers etched on wax tablets hide ledger codes underneath. Pilgrims think they're hymns. Priests think they're donations. Only couriers scour the columns for ship weights. Some academicians insist those columns list festival attendance. Others maintain their sacrificial accounts. The debate still rattles symposium halls, but here, beneath silver leaves and dusty sunbeams, confirmation rustles overhead. The hymn theory carries more than incense. A gust strong enough to lift your cloak sweeps the clearing. Leaves chorus approval, then hush. Courier slides gold foil back, seals bark wound. She stands, dusting knees. Time to teach you the grammar, she says. Grammar apparently involves choreography. She steps forward, lifts a bare arm into the canopy, and shakes a branch 3 times in one direction, twice in another. Leaves shimmer. Overhead a neighboring tree replies with a clatter resembling gentle applause. You copy her moves. At first your branch snaps unpredictably, leaf burst sounding like a drunk cicada. But she corrects your grip, and soon you're coaxing a soft phrase, safe harbor east. The other tree answers with a rustle you interpret as noted. Beyond mere linguistics, each movement etches microgrooves into leaves' waxy skins. Scars so minuscule they're invisible at a glance yet refract light differently. Anyone fluent in reading sunflash along a grove can survey from a distant hill and glean entire trade routes. During the Peloponnesian War, rival city-states reportedly posted watchers to decode leaf glitter across valleys. Scholars still wonder whether this constituted espionage or agricultural superstition. Olive trees whisper, historians yell. Mid-lesson, the bronze shell vibrates with staccato pulses, 6 quick beats. Courier tilts her head. Storm ahead, changed course, she translates. The clearing wind agrees. It picks up a tang of distant downpour. Dappled shadows race across sunlit ground, like nervous messengers darting between columns. Somewhere over the western ridge thunder mutters. Courier flits into action. She presses both palms against the lightning-scarred trunk. Leaves rustle, and scabs peel away to form a cavity just wide enough for your bronze shell. She gestures. You slip the shell inside. Bark seals, leaving only a faint seam. Thunder booms again, closer. The tree will shield its resonance, she explains. So thieves can't track metallic hum. She scans horizon through branches. We'll shelter in the pressing house. Together you jog along a terrace path that smells of crushed time and dust. The dog, who materializes seemingly from air, trots behind, tongue lolling. Olive trunks blur as you descend a slope into a shallow basin. There, half embedded in the hillside, crouches a rectangular stone structure. Roof flat, walls thick, door timbers iron-banded. Rows of clay jars line the exterior ledge like stubby sentinels. A carved lintel depicts 3 women swirling around a giant stone disk. The mythical Elysai, guardians of oil. The pressing house welcomes you with echoing coolness. Lanterns suspended from iron hooks sputter low flames. In the dim, you make out giant circular mills, each wheel of volcanic basalt resting inside a trough slick with dark paste. The air thunks with the smell of fruit flesh in mid-crush. Green, peppery, slightly bitter. An elderly man in indigo tunic looks up from stacking wicker baskets. His beard holds flecks of pulp like confetti, but his eyes are sharp. Courier and he greet not in words but in a quick sequence of finger flicks and wrist twists. Olive sign language cut down to bare essentials. He nods, shuffles to a side door, and beckons. The chamber beyond houses wooden beams thicker than your torso. They lever against stone pillars, pressing mats filled with paste until liquid gold seeps into terracotta basins. Channels lead to clay jars. A stream of emerald-tinged oil snakes along like molten glass. The smell settles deeper in your lungs, comforting as a grandmother's stew. The old man lifts a ladle, offers you a taste from the freshest stream. You dip a finger. Sharp grassy bite hits your tongue, followed by faint almond sweetness. Involuntarily, you close eyes. When you open them, he's smiling as though you just passed a secret handshake. Courier indicates a low bench. You sit. Rain begins drumming roof tiles, soft at first, then insistent. Lightning flashes through slit windows, quick strobes freezing oil in mid-pour. Thunder rolls next, long and deep, vibrating every jar. You imagine wind-thieves huddling beneath soaked sails, polishing mirrors that refuse to reflect in storm gloom. While you wait, the old miller fetches a clay cup of oil blended with wine and crushed garlic. Invigorating breakfast. He also hands over a flat loaf flecked with sesame. You eat, the simple flavors grounding you more thoroughly than any philosophical meditation. Suddenly a hush falls. A pocket of silence amid rain clatter. The courier tilts her head. Somewhere above, the mill wheel ceases turning. You glance up. Leaves pressed against lattice windows tremble. Through a crack in the roof, a single olive leaf floats down and lands on your cup's rim. Its underside bears a faint ridge arranged like letters. You pinch it gently. Raised lines mimic those on the gold foil scroll. You mouth the phrase engraved by nature's stylus. Storm masks mirrors. Run south at clap of third thunder. You count. Thunder booms again, second clap. Courier's eyes meet yours. She nods. Third clap rattles jar lids. As though pulled by invisible reins, both of you rise. Miller doesn't question. He hands Courier a goatskin satchel bulging with dark bottles sealed in wax. Barter for sales, Courier explains as she slings it across her chest. You suspect the bottles will buy more than canvas, perhaps safe harbor, perhaps a scholar's silence. Rain still falls but lightens. Clouds, satisfied with their display, drift east. You and Courier step into a world scrubbed bright. Olive leaves drip jewels. Soil drinks greedily. Tree trunks glisten like brushed leather. Trail twists downhill, dogs splashing through puddles. At a bend, A newly toppled pine blocks the path. Its roots gape raw. Courier squats, studies wood grain. Fresh lightning. Storm moved fast. She steps onto trunk, extends hand. You climb after her. From this higher vantage you glimpse sea between hills. Pewter surface patched with slate where rain still patters. In that distant pallet, dark sails scud north. Too many and too ungainly to belong to merchants fleeing weather. Mirrors or no, thieves have taken to chase. Courier calculates in a heartbeat. They circle the headland. If we outrun by goat paths, we'll hit the beach 2 miles south. Cutter's gone. But I know a kayak hidden near the fish pools. A kayak. Small enough to launch quickly yet sturdy for coastal skim. Adrenaline snaps your thoughts to clarity. Bronze shell still rests in old Olive's trunk. Safe. But you'll need it once beyond raiders. Retrieve shell later, she assures, reading concern. Tree will hand it back when wind quiets. Our next cargo's what matters now. She pats goatskin satchel. Down the slope, path zigzags like an afterthought. Rain-damp soil, slick, but your boots remember goat path etiquette. Toes dig, heels break. Dog bounds ahead, clearing puddles like a tiny storm spirit. As you move, the grove gives last advice through breeze-shaken leaves. You hear, south wind spares honest oars. Or maybe that's your heartbeat substituting encouragement. Mainstream history threads again. Ancient mariners believed the south wind, doze, carried benevolent moisture but also melancholy. Poets thanked it for good harvests yet blamed it for lazy moods. Sailors tracked his arrival by studying olive branches. When leaves flashed more silver than green, doze approached. Your leaves currently flash equal parts, indecisive. On a plateau you pass a crumbling shrine dedicated to Athena Olea, Athena of the olive. Its pediment once held a bronze owl. Only claws remain anchored. Debate regarding whether the cult here was offshoot of the main Athenian worship or an independent agrarian sect still churns among epigraphers. Tablets found nearby reference dual priestesses leading harvest rituals, anathema to patriarchal city rites. Scholars split. Feminist utopia or misinterpreted calendar notes. No time to linger. You jog through shrine shadow. Lightning-sweet ozone still clings. Finally path spits you onto a rocky shelf above beach. Below, salt marsh spreads like a quilt of mirrors stitched by canals. At its far edge a cove curves crescent clean. And in shallow water rests a weather-stained kayak half camouflaged by reeds. Getting down involves sliding muddy slopes, leveraging shrub branches, ignoring twigs that write temporary tattoos across shins. Dog sprints ahead, splashes into marsh, then wades toward the kayak as if clocked into a familiar shift. Your feet follow, water sluicing up calves, cool, ankle-deep then knee-deep. Reeds whisper around you, an entirely different alphabet of rustles. Somewhere frogs tune instruments. Courier pushes kayak's bow. Boat schemes forward onto marginally deeper water. You haul yourself over low gunwale. Inside, oars rest ready. A folded sail lies lashed to the thwart, and a small mast stands stepped. Courier balances goatskin cargo near stern, grabs tiller. You cast off painter rope, shove away from mud. Silt sighs, releases hull. A hush of anticipation settles. You set oars, row to clear marsh because sail requires deeper water. Thunder far off growls. Storm exiting stage left. But the thieves' sails creep closer from headland. You glimpse them beyond reed tops. Black silhouettes like shark fins. When depth suffices, you ship oars and together raise the stubby mast. Sail unfurls. Canvas patched but whole. Courier tosses the bone flute toward you. One blast, she says. You oblige. Note rings bright. Wind, lingering indecisive moments ago. Gusts obediently off the sea. Sail billows. Kayak leaps like a puppy freed of leash. Reeds part. Water hisses along hull. You grin involuntarily, the sort of grin storm-chased children wear when sleds lunge downhill. Boats behind reorganize sails, surprised at your burst of speed. They angle to intercept. Courier's knuckles whiten on tiller. She calls headings, you trim sheet accordingly. Kayak darts, weaving between shoals only locals would chart. Once, A submerged ridge scrapes keel, but boat perseveres. Ahead a shoal of flying fish launches, silver arcs repeating. Their glints distract momentarily, but courier points starboard. You obey. Kayak skirts a sandbar where breakers gnash. Thieves' larger craft must choose deeper channel, buying you minutes. Wind stiffens. You reef sail partly. Boat remains eager. Salt spray smacks face. Bracing perfume of brine and adrenaline. Dog braces at bow, growling playful warnings at waves. At last open water broadens. Thieves still pursue, but distance stretches. A sliver of land appears on southern horizon. Low island ringed by chalk cliffs. Courier squints. The laundry line, she murmurs. Clarification. Cliffs glow white, laundry to the gods. Under those cliffs hides a cavern big enough for a kayak, too narrow for raider keels. You adjust course. Thieves behind catch fresh gust. Black sails swell, speed surges. One fires a flare, magnesium white star arcing skyward in challenge. You and courier exchange glances. They signal each other, triangulating. Island draws nearer, cliffs looming like folded linen. Entry slit reveals only when nearly upon it. A vertical gash barely wider than outstretched arms, just above waterline. Courier spills sail, momentum carries kayak into slit. Mast scrapes limestone, showering chalk flakes. Darkness envelopes as hull drifts deeper inside. You duck, heartbeat pounding ears. The passage widens unexpectedly into a concealed lagoon lit by shafts of sunlight slicing through roof cracks. Mossy ledges line walls. Water lies calmer than a temple basin. You exhale, relief humming. Kayak glides to natural stone dock grown glossy from centuries of secret landings. You leap, secure painter. Courier follows with satchel. Dog shakes water everywhere then sprints to sniff every crevice. Inside cavern, echoes mimic voices. A convention of former couriers leaving audio signatures. Here, courier kneels and opens goatskin. Bottles gleam. She selects one sealed with emerald wax. Passes it. For storm swallowed by sea, she recites. The phrase thick with ritual. You place bottle on ledge. Roll it gently into depression carved intentionally into stone. It rests there, awaiting unknown collector. She retrieves 2 more bottles, each with distinct wax color, sets them in separate niches. Each placement accompanied by cryptic line. For sails that break the horizon, plum wax. For letters that outlive their writers, amber. It dawns that this cavern is an archive of oil. Every bottle a bookmark in someone's unfolding story. Your part ends with 4th bottle, charcoal wax. Courier hands it but keeps eye contact. For the olive that keeps secrets, you guess. She nods approval. Into slot it goes, joining library of liquid pledges. After final bottle, she pulls a leather roll, unwraps 2 small terracotta cups, dips each into lagoon. Yet when she passes yours, the water inside appears pale gold. You raise brows. She shrugs, drinks. Following suit, you sip. Salty but with subtle fruit sweetness, as if oil thinned itself to ghost. She says, cave water strains through crushed olives in the rock. Locals call it nymph's tea. Keeps voice clear for singing. Voices. You glance upward, hearing faint echoes that might indeed be song. Note fragments swirling like motes. Obscure fact surfaces. During Hellenistic era some philosophers believed sound never dies, merely weakens with distance. They theorized caves could trap echoes indefinitely, making them oracles if ears were patient. No consensus, but here, now, the theory feels plausible. Courier sets cup aside, sighs. Mirror thieves won't enter fissure. Bad luck, they claim. We're safe until dusk. You settle against wall, exhaustion weighty but pleasant. Dog curls near your feet, nose tucked. Lagging adrenaline leaves gentle vacancy perfect for reflection. You think of bronze shell resting in lightning-scarred tree, silver shell voyaging south, purple resin floating far behind. A network stretching from grove to sea to hidden lagoon, stitched together by leaves, tides, and songs. Rain sound now replaced by distant surf pounding outer cliff. Ocean's applause on curtain drop. You close eyes. Images slide across memory. Gulls tracking sentences across water, gate dogs napping to lullabies, hymn numbers double entendre secrets, olive leaves flicking Morse against sun. You realize you no longer feel like lone insomniac. You're an organ in something vast, slow, and root-deep. Sleep pulls but doesn't win. Instead, a calm twilight of mind settles. In that hush you hear the grove's whispered curriculum still spiraling. Decode slow, carve no lies, carry no greed heavier than cargo. You sense you will live by those commandments now, the way sailors live by stars. Courier stretches, palms behind head. You catch on quick, she comments softly. Compliment warms like first swallow of mulled wine. She points to ceiling slit where sky now bright blue. When sun stands there, tide will carry us east. Until then, rest, eat, listen. The leaves will teach more if you let them. You lean back, shoulder against limestone cool as moon. From pocket you remove bone flute. A single soft note flows. Cavern answers with harmonics layered like mica. Dog's ear twitches. Courier smiles, closes eyes. Outside, wind-thieves patrol a sea they think they own. Inside, echoes twine olive stories around you, making your heartbeat part of the lullaby. Mid-afternoon finds you drifting out of the limestone cavern on a hush of retreating tide. The kayak's battered sail puckered but willing. The dog balanced at the bow like a shaggy figurehead guiding destiny with its nose. The courier stands beside the mast, fingers testing the wind's edge the way a lute player checks tension on fresh gut strings. When the breeze sets steady from the west, she pats the boom, satisfied, then angles the tiller toward the olive headland glittering in the distance. Your plan, sketched in quick murmurs against lagoon-cool walls, is simple. Reach the grove before nightfall, reclaim the bronze shell, and then turn inland together. She to trade the remaining bottles, you to escort the next packet of letters wherever its pulse demands. The sky, though, has opinions about simplicity. Somewhere beyond a blue so clear it looks freshly glazed, cirrus feathers begin to swirl, gathering into the shape sailors paint on tavern walls when they gossip about Boreas, the north wind who likes to arrive uninvited and rearrange everyone's cargo. By the time you nudge the kayak onto the beach below the olive terraces, the air has cooled enough to raise the hair on your arms. The courier squints northward. He's sharpening his knives up there, she mutters, half joke, half weather report. You secure the boat, shoulder your packs, and start the ascent. The grove greets you with its usual hush and rustle conversations, but the tone feels hushed, conspiratorial, as if leaves clamp down on bigger gusts. When you reach the lightning-scarred tree, bark peels obediently at the courier's knock, revealing the bronze shell nested like a sleeping tortoise in a cradle of living wood. You lift it free, noting how the metal feels faintly warm even in the cooling air, and sling it beneath your arm. The courier presses her palm to the trunk one last time. Bark closes. The seam vanishes. Safe travels, elder, she whispers. The tree answers with a tremor of leaves that could be applause or worry. Hard to tell when every syllable is the same shade of silver. You set off, aiming for the old ridgetop road that ambles toward the interior temples. Hills roll gentle here, clothed in thyme and broom. For an hour the path winds upward under a drifting quilt of cloud shadows, and the wind plays at your cloak but never quite commits. The courier recounts how Apollo's shrine ahead once housed a lyre carved from cypress that supposedly tuned itself whenever a traveler carrying secret words approached. Priests claimed the lyre rang only for truth, but skeptics recorded that donations increased dramatically each time the strings spoke. Scholars still try to decide whether that was miracle or clever acoustics. Temple walls can turn a whisper into a chorus if you arch them just right. The first jolt of trouble arrives without rumble or flash. One moment the path is sunlit, the next swallowed by a sudden roar that sounds like the entire northern sky breathing in. Air blasts down the slope, cold enough to sting cheeks, ripping leaves from branches in a swirling confetti storm. Instinct snaps the courier low. You crouch too, arms overhead, cloak whipping. Somewhere beneath your elbow the bronze shell vibrates like a drumskin, and before you can tighten your grip the sling strap jerks, snapping clean through. Wind wrenches the shell upward in a violent pirouette. Bronze glints, catching a final sunbeam. Then the gust lifts it higher, spins, and crack! A jagged fracture splits the carapace. Half the shell, entirely the top dome, tears away as if an invisible hand pried the lid from a jeweled box. That broken half spirals into the sky, disappearing into a cloud bank roaring south. The remaining half drops, clattering onto rocky soil at your feet, still humming in wounded bursts. The courier curses in a dialect so old even the olive trees hesitate to translate. Together you scramble for the fallen fragment. Its edge looks like bitten porcelain. Interior chambers exposed where pins once braced the lid. A faint metallic ring continues to echo from the hollow. An alarm or perhaps a cry for medical attention. You both stare at the sky. Empty now, the north wind already galloping on to harass some other coastline. He's taken drafts before, she says, voice tight. But never the whole lid. That half carried the resonance grid. It's how the shell balances frequencies between giver and receiver. Translation. You've lost the part that ensures messages travel accurately. Without it, the surviving half might garble any words you try to store, scrambling vowels into storms of nonsense. A messenger without a trustworthy medium is like a lyre strung with ropes. The courier's gaze picks out a pale line along the ridge eastward, just visible between olive branches. A column of marble shining. Apollo will have a spare, she decides. His scribes transcribe every shell that passes this route, carving redundancies in case of shipwreck or... She gestures at sky, temperamental winds. You recall half-remembered tales. Apollo's rural shrines doubled as scriptoria where acolytes etched miniature tablets from turtle shell offcuts. Backup drives before wax or papyrus. Some modern historians downplay the scale, insisting those were isolated experiments, not networks. Others point to caches of tiny carapace shards found 3 seasons ago near Corinth. Grooves matching letters inside luxury amphory lids. The academic arguments haven't cooled yet. Symposiums still end with red-faced scholars accusing each other of romanticizing postage. But none of that helps now. What matters is reaching the temple before night and begging a compatible lid. You know the way? You ask. She nods. 3 miles, all uphill. But the moon will be bright. You glance at swirling sky. Clouds thin again, revealing a waxing moon exactly halfway to full, pale and promising. You bundle the damaged half in your cloak, tucking shards so they won't jingle. The dog sniffs, ears flattened by aftergust residue, then bounds ahead as scout. The ridge path narrows until feet must single file. Outcroppings of white limestone prick through soil like dragon teeth. Wind still mutters but no longer tears. Rather, it seems to lurk, sulking. Every so often you spot scraps of bronze-colored leaf whirling above the trail, fragments of the stolen lid perhaps, or juvenile kites losing their streamers. The courier sets a steady pace, pausing only when the dog doubles back to alert you about goat tracks that veer toward hidden scree fields. She points out a cluster of low walls below, foundation remnants of a farmhouse long abandoned. Olive terracing here fell out of use after the Second Sacred War. Vine growers moved in, but their vines sickened. Some blame poor drainage, others soil spirits unsettled by wartime graves. Archaeologists argue over pollen samples taken from the valley floor. Does the layer of juniper indicate fallow years? Or was it ritual planting to ward off disease? There's still no agreement. The road crests finally, and the shrine reveals itself. A modest rectangle of honeygold stone perched on the highest knuckle, columns white as fresh plectrums, roof tiles molten in last sunlight. 2 cypress trees flank the front steps, canted inward like listeners. A single guardian statue stands watch. Apollo leaning on a kithara, marble lips parted as though humming. As you approach, the hush feels curated. Every footstep soft, every cloak rustle quickly swallowed. The courtyard tiles bear mosaic suns arranged in spiral, mirroring the courier emblem. Perhaps coincidence, perhaps proof that Apollo's scribes and shell network once shared blueprints. At the entrance, a young priest with sunset-colored hair sets aside a broom. Her robe catches the wind, flapping like a gull's wing. She surveys your bedraggled forms, the cloak-wrapped bundle, the dog panting polite. Recognition flickers in her eyes. Clearly couriers and their emergencies aren't strangers here. She ushers you inside without question. The narthex smells of cedar and powdered myrrh. Niches display lyres in various stages of repair. Tortoise shells strung with gut, box lyres carved from mulberry, and one instrument you've only heard legends of, a barbitos whose arms curve so gracefully they nearly meet. The priest sets a torch into a bracket, gestures toward a side chamber muffling a chorus of soft, chipping sounds. Inside, 3 scribes in linen aprons sit at low benches hunched over slivers of shell glimmering under oil lamps. Each sliver is no longer than your thumb, yet intricate grooves cover every surface, rows upon rows of tight, mathematically spaced incisions. One scribe uses a stylus thin as a sewing needle to engrave. The tip, dipped periodically in beeswax, slides across keratin with the lyricism of a quill in an illuminated manuscript. Another scribe checks completed shards against a reference board marked with dozens of tiny marble tiles, each labeled with a symbol. It resembles an alphabet but richer. Letters plus pitch notations, miniature breath marks, even dot clusters you suppose indicate harmonic overtones. The chief scribe, a stooped man whose beard displays more wax shavings than hair, looks up when the priest clears her throat. The courier speaks first, voice low but urgent. She unwraps the broken shell half, placing it on a velvet pad. At the sight, the old man sighs through his nose, sorrowing but unsurprised. He taps a parchment pinned to the wall showing tally marks beneath a sketch of Boreas brandishing a shattered shell. For strokes are already crossed. He draws a 5th, muttering something about seasonal quotas. Still, he motions for you to set the remaining half beside its lost twin. He turns it over, inspects the fracture. Resonance cavity compromised, he murmurs. But spine intact, good. He fetches a box from a shelf. Inside lie half-shells graduated in diameter like nestling bowls, each tagged with a scrap of parchment. He selects one with near-identical curvature, holds it next to your broken edge. Almost perfect, but not quite. Gap remains. He shakes his head, exchanges a glance with the courier. Draft Athenaeus, she breathes. He grunts, rummages deeper, finally holding up 2 halves cut from different shells but etched with matching grid lines. He places them together onto your base half. Combined, they align flush. Puzzle solved, but you now have a shell assembled from 3 donors. The original base, 2 replacement domes. He binds them with a thin strip of lead folded over edges, taps the metal tight with a mallet, then warms a blob of resin over a lamp and seals the seam. Resin smells like pine and honey. The scribes raise the rehoused shell to ear one by one, adjusting pins until hum stabilizes. You listen last. Sound emerges calm, deeper than before, like a baritone refreshed after throat lozenges. The chief hands you a slip of papyrus inked with a spidery symbol, a circle bisected by 3 diagonal slashes. If lid fractures again, present this at any shrine, he instructs. He taps his chart. Apollo's guarantee against north wind mischief. A history shutter slides open in your mind. Similar tokens have surfaced in temple treasuries, but catalogs file them as musicians' licenses or pilgrims' game pieces. Few curators connect them to courier traffic. Debates rage. Are these cult paraphernalia or bureaucratic permits? One camp argues they're purely devotional, citing verses carved on reverse describing sunrises. Another counters that the slash marks correlate with a naval grid used by the Delian League. Tonight, you cradle living proof that both sides hold slices of truth. The personal and the logistical can coil in the same symbol. The priest beckons down a corridor narrow enough to brush your shoulders. In an alcove, she reveals a shallow fountain over which hangs a bronze mirror finely polished. You expect to see your weather-battered face. Instead, mirrored surface reflects a dance of geometric shapes. Triangles sliding over circles, hexagons blooming into starbursts, each pulsing in concert with the repaired shell you clutch. Every sustained chord of its internal hum spurs new ripples of pattern across the mirror, as though the bronze pool interprets the resonance into visible script. The courier smiles at your wonder. Backup duplicates, carved in light, she explains. If shells break, the fountain remembers. She plucks a parchment from a dry ledge, dips it into the water. For a heartbeat, the parchment drinks the shapes, imprinting them as faint silver lines. When she pulls it out and the water dries, the lines remain. A transcript captured by capillarity. Obscure but efficient. You soak in the reflection a moment longer. One shape resembles the wing sandals charm she wears. Another looks like the spiral emblem. The intersection of those patterns forms a new glyph you haven't seen. You ask quietly what it means. She replies, "Promise in transit." It hovers on the mirror like a ghost seal, then dissolves when she pulls the shell away to wrap it in fresh linen. While the scribes tidy shards and the priest replenishes lamp wicks, acolytes file in carrying baskets of laurel and myrtle blossoms. Tonight is apparently the shrine's monthly hymnodia, an all-night singing vigil where each supplicant offers a verse for safe passage or successful harvest. The courier asks if you wish to stay. Your gaze follows windows where dusk purples the sky, and you weigh the urge for rest against the message's urgency. The half-assembled shell hums, subtle but insistent. "We go," you decide. She nods. The priest gifts each of you a sprig of laurel dipped in oil and a square of owl-embossed honey bread. Tradition. Travelers leave the laurel at the next crossroads to barter for guidance from roadside demons. Some think that custom mere folklore, others argue it's embedded in cross-regional security protocol. The green leaves marking paths safe for couriers bearing sensitive cargo. The arguments are lively. Evidence remains tantalizingly inconclusive. You step into violet evening. The moon, now risen clear of cloud cover, pours silvery milk over hills. The north wind is gone. A gentler southerly rustles treetops. Olive leaves you pass this afternoon flicker, welcoming you back with gossip updated. Rumor of the wind's theft recorded. Rumor of the shrine's solution appended. You feel like a node in a breathing archive. The dog trots ahead, tail flagging confidence. You follow the courier down a new path, one that slopes east toward the coast where another hidden vessel supposedly waits. Star silhouettes arrange across the sky, constellations crisp. You hear the bronze shell whisper something low, perhaps a thank you to its composite donors, perhaps a test phrase ensuring vowels align. You pat it gently, promising to keep it closer this time. She laughs sotto voce. Boreas has had his ration. He won't bother twice in one night. But across the valley, a gust rattles a string of wind chimes hung over an abandoned threshing floor. Random metallic clinks that mimic a distant stanza. You glance over your shoulder, half expecting to see your broken lid sailing overhead like a runaway kite. Only moonlit haze floats. The laurel sprigs ride tucked behind belts. When you and the courier reach a fork where a weather-worn Hermes statue stands, hands broken but posture still blessing, you remember the custom, place your sprig in the niche where a hand used to hold a torch. She does likewise. Wind tugs the leaves. Statue's face remains stoic. Maybe the marble sentinel will whisper directions to the next couriers before dawn. Ahead, path switches back toward the sea. Far below you glimpse a faint glow, campfires or maybe lighthouse flicker. The courier quickens, humming a scale to match your repaired shell. Harmony drifts between you like invisible lanterns chasing dark. Somewhere behind, Apollo's shrine begins its vigil, voices layering him upon him. You hear the first wave of melody float up the ridge, a slow Dorian mode that folds into night like warm wool. The repaired lid vibrates in sympathy and prints the tune inside itself, a backup to the backup, ensuring even music survives confounding winds. You breathe deep. Resin, laurel, cool night air, and a hint of myrtle. Everything smells rebooted, refined through struggle, like oil pressed twice for clarity. Yes, the north wind stole a draft, but he pushed you into Apollo's storeroom of redundancies. And now half the world is printed inside a mirror you can replay at will. Not a loss, just a chorus with counterpoint. Moon climbs, shell hum steadies, and each bootstep clicks against limestone like punctuation confirming that the story continues. Mostly intact, slightly rearranged, yet richer for every fracture sealed with pine-scented resin. Moonlight drapes the limestone in a thin, almost liquid sheen as you follow the courier down the last switchbacks toward the coastal plain. Each step clicks like a tiny metronome against stone that still holds a memory of afternoon heat, though night air now tastes of time and salt. The dog scouts ahead and doubles back in looping figure eights, tail describing half-moons of impatience. In the valley below, half a dozen torch columns sway along the perimeter of a natural amphitheater, an incandescent necklace marking tonight's Thriambos Games. The name means triple victory, though local wits claim it really stands for victory over boredom, sobriety, and any sense of bedtime. The repaired bronze and lead shell at your hip begins humming in a clipped rhythm, the pins tapping out little triplets that match the distant drums. The courier chuckles. "It likes stadium acoustics," she says, voice just loud enough to reach you over the wind. Crowd noise sweetens the resonance. You make a mental note and tighten the sling. No more mid-gust escapes. Boreas can huff elsewhere. A final bend opens onto level ground, and suddenly the world swells with life. Tents ridge the field like tawny beetles, their guy ropes creaking. Merchants hawk skewers of lamb dusted with cumin, and the smoke roams free, trying on strangers' cloaks before pouring skyward. Perfumed girls and violet chitons thread the crush-balancing amphory of watered wine on their heads. Small boys tag along jangling copper cups. Somewhere a reed pipe ensemble warms up, 3 notes at a time arguing about pitch. The odor palette is ambitious. Sweat-steeped linen, goat tallow torches, fresh straw strewn for seating, and the bright mineral reek of bronze polishing paste. Your stomach grumbles loud enough to register on the amphitheater's acoustics. The courier steers you toward a stall where a grizzled baker flips barley honey flatbreads over a brazier. They sputter and blister, releasing steam that smells like childhood afternoons you never had. You bite into one. It scalds tongue but answers every hollow ache in your ribs. The dog earns its share by sitting on command, eyes moons of pleading. When you push through the entrance arch, really 2 repurposed ship timbers lashed together and draped in laurel, the roar of the crowd punches your sternum. Torches encircle the bowl, painting 7,000 spectators in swaying amber. Most sit on limestone benches rubbed glassy by generations. Latecomers perch on crumbly terraces, and those later still stand shoulder to shoulder, creating a human retaining wall. In the arena center 7 athletes perform warm-ups. Lunges, arm swings, short bursts of sprint that send dust geysers into torchlight. They wear little more than oil and bravado. The shell at your side begins whispering. You angle it to your ear. Instead of poetry or coordinates, it delivers gossip. Voice pitched like a tavern regular nudging you with foam-flecked elbow. Third lane, that's Euphranor of Akragas, hasn't lost a stadium sprint in 2 summers. But rumor says he trained on sheep-lung bouillon mixed with pine resin. His coach swears it opens the chest. Judges eye him sidelong. Not sure if that counts as cheating or culinary error. You snort. The courier tilts her head. You relay the shell's tidbit. She rolls eyes. If pine resin outpaces talent, the games will smell like carpentry. You take seats on a middle tier where breeze cuts the torch smoke. The courier unwraps a small waxed cloth. Olives marinated with sprigs of rosemary and tiny curls of lemon peel. You pop one, tart, briny, luxurious. Below, trumpeters lift bronze salpinxes. Notes slice the evening like thrown spears. Crowd hushes. A herald strides into the ring, staff topped with gilded turtle shell. A cousin of your cargo, tapping for silence. Citizens and travelers. He calls, "Welcome to the Thriambos. Under rising moon and impartial stars we honor skill, speed, and the generous wagers of our beloved sponsors. Remember, no striking, no biting, and absolutely no curses invoking household gods. Save those for family dinners." Laughter ripples. A flock of gulls startled off a fish heap echoes overhead, as if joining the applause. The first event, a double-length dash, lines runners at a chalk scratch, feet digging ruts. You catch a whiff of fresh-stripped olive oil, the athlete's final glaze. Ancient trainers insist oil tightens skin and traps heat, preventing muscle pulls. Modern anatomists dispute the science, yet any Greek stadium after sunset still gleams like a shoreline at low tide. The shell murmurs. Some philosophers believe sweat mixed with oil captures a man's aridity, his excellence, and can be bottled as talisman. Bathhouse attendants scrape residue into jars, sell to tourists. Apothecaries claim it cures baldness. Results remain patchy. You laugh, nearly choking on olive pit. The courier adds, an Athenian playwright once joked that vials of wrestler's sweat cost more than virgin perfume. Audience booed. Wives probably didn't appreciate comparison. Trumpets shriek. Runners explode down the lane. 7 heartbeats later it's over. Euphranor wins by half a torso, throws up arms, then collapses pretending he isn't fishing for applause. Dust settles on his shoulders like a thin second skin. Judges confer, then raise a green ribbon. Crowd roars. Somewhere coins jingle, changing allegiance from pouch to bookmaker. A slender woman behind you leans forward, breath smelling of fig wine, and asks where you hail from. Rather than explain your inter-island courier life, you gesture vaguely seaward. She winks. Ah, a waterborne soul. Bet you've got secrets in that shell. She means it playfully, but you tighten hand over bronze. The courier answers for you. Just an heirloom lullaby box. The woman laughs, sits back, and begins dissecting lotus candies with her sister. The next contest, Pancration, a no-holds wrestling boxing amalgam, tumbles into the ring. 2 enormous men circle, slick as eels. One lands a sweeping leg hook. The other counters with a palm strike, and both crash into sand, limbs nodding. Referees watch for chokes, but mostly let things ride. Here sport is half theater, half sanctioned mayhem. History threads itself through your thoughts. Pancration debuted in the Olympic program around 648 BCE and was reputedly invented by mythic heroes Heracles and Theseus, if drunken symposium bragging counts as patent law. Victors became household names, their likenesses stamped on coins by hometown mints. Children practiced miniature holds in alleys. Philosophers decried its brutality while secretly betting on rounds. Yet official rulebooks were loose, banning only eye-gouging and biting. Even those prohibitions were, shall we say, negotiable under poor moonlight. Modern scholars sift skeletal remains for fractures, debating whether bone microdamage patterns confirm ancient accounts of collapsed tracheas. Some argue writers exaggerated for drama. Others point to temple inscriptions dedicating memorial statues to heroes who breathed their last in righteous grip. Consensus? Locked in stalemate. The shell supplies a running commentary. The heavier one, Philodemus, trains by wrestling bulls in a tidal pool. Salt water keeps hooves slippery, so he must grip hide, builds finger strength. Some doctors praise the therapy. Others predict early arthritis. You wince while scribbling mental note to leave bulls alone. Sweat, sand, grunts, torches. All merge into a hypnotic tableau. After 5 bone-rattling minutes, Philodemus pins his rival with a shoulder choke that renders the poor man limp. Officials leap in, peel them apart. Philodemus roars victory, then helps the other stand. Custom demands sportsmanship even among part-time stranglers. Dust swirls around them like incensed prayers. Interlude. A troop of youths in saffron tunics enters, footing light, palms tapping tambourines. They perform a war dance, quick heel slaps, shield feints, synchronized grunts. Every kick flings sand arcs into torchlight until grains mimic shooting stars. The courier leans toward your ear. Old Spartan drill disguised as entertainment. Kids learn footwork while parents sip wine. The shell vibrates with a slower pulse now, picking out rhythms. You realize it's capturing the cadence, perhaps storing it for someone who lives too far to attend. You wonder who needs such a field recording. Maybe a scholar mapping regional drum signatures. Maybe a lover craving the echo of home. The shell's mission always nests inside larger missions, like those ivory spheres where each carved layer hides another world. Behind you, bookies bark updated odds for the upcoming long jump. Javelins rattle in a wooden rack, metal tips shining wicked. Lantern boys refill torch basins with resin-rich pitch that pops and spits like frying beetles. A wisp of cedar smoke threads up your nose, clearing the lingering tang of sweat. The courier excuses herself to fetch water. The dog curls at your sandals, content to people watch. Left alone, you drift back to earlier lines of thought. The barter bottles tucked into lagoon niches, the olive grove's leaf morse, the lightning-scarred tree pulsing with vowels. All these elements feel curiously consonant with the arena's energy. Athletics too are messages, body speaking to crowd, courage addressing fate, victory writing itself across time. No wonder Hermes' network tunes into stadium chatter. Gossip flows fastest where hearts pump hardest. A hand taps your shoulder. The fig wine woman again, offering a small ceramic vial. Saffron oil, she says, sliding it into your palm. For sore muscles or other strains. She flashes grin, disappears into the press before gratitude leaves your tongue. The vial warms in your grip, scented like midnight across a crocus field. Crowd erupts. Courier returns balancing 2 wooden cups sweating with chilled goat milk whey. Hydration, she insists, passing one. The liquid tastes faintly sour, invigorating. You clink cups, a silent toast. Now the arena prepares for the stadium relay, for runners each. Teams shuffle, slapping shoulders, shaking legs. Drums resume, heartbeat of the games. A priest steps forward with an unlit torch, relay baton and sacred flame in one. He quotes a single sentence of blessing, "May swift feet outrun slow fates," and ignites the wick from an altar brazier. The flame leaps, hungry. Runners raise fists. The priest hands torch to first anklet sprinter. They're off. Sand erupts, crowds roar crashes, and the flame draws golden lines through night. The shell at your hip chirps excitedly, translating snatches of sideline banter. Look at Nikias. He's wearing new anklets from that Corinthian coppersmith. Weigh hardly anything. Baloney. Lighter gear won't help if he still drinks neat wine before races. I hear his uncle bribed the lane officials to rake softer sand. The torch passes to second runner. Spectators hold collective breath as handover wobbles but sticks. Third leg sees an upset when a favorite trips, clipping another's calf. Curses bloom, but nobody bites, so referees call it fair tangle. Final handoff. Euphranor again. Man apparently moonlights as anchor. He tears down lane, legs piston fast. 2 heartbeats before finish, a gust. Perhaps Boreas's petty cousin. Flickers the flame nearly out, but Euphranor cups hand, shields it, crosses line with fire intact. Victory drums roll, half crowd joy, half lament of lost wagers. The courier sets empty cup down. Torch still burning means temple feast tomorrow is sanctioned. We'll slip into procession unnoticed. She winks. Opportunities hide in ritual clutter. New packets often travel taped beneath sacrificial platters. As winners parade, you sniff air change rides in. The earlier resin smoke gives way to raw night wind gusting off the gulf. Cooler, layered with kelp. Flags along stadium rim snap. Off-duty sailors among spectators tighten cloaks, accustomed to reading whether the way poets read metaphors. Something unsettles them. A swell of conversation lifts behind your row. Talk of whitecaps already? Storm coming sooner than forecast. The courier frowns at horizon slice visible between torch tiers. Faint lightning flickers, sheet-like. She tilts shell to ear. This hum has acquired static, like distant surf. You feel that? She mutters. A tremor reverberates through limestone bench. Nothing alarming. More like shudder of a giant door closing somewhere beneath arena. The crowd doesn't notice. But the shell cracks out a new whisper. Wind-thieves scramble. Mirrors broken. New strategy. Ground interception. Ground interception? That suggests raiders abandoning sails, blending into land caravans. Maybe even crowds. Your gaze darts, weighing everyone in torch glow. Hard to pick thieves from revelers when both wear sweat and excitement. The courier's hand drifts to belt, checking dagger hilt. We'll need to exit before procession ties us here. She scans corridor. Better slip out during next music interval. Below, officials raise a 2-flute ensemble to entertain while sand is raked smooth. Lucky break. Trainer whistles echo. Athletes wander off for olives and ash dust to dry sweat. Attention wavers. You nudge dog awake. It stretches, shakes straw from ears. Together you and courier inch sideways along row. Blend into a knot of merchants arguing price of aromatic resin. One merchant waves arms, knocking amphora. You steady it, apologize, keep walking. Noise cloaks your retreat. A service gate yawns under bleachers. Two teenage torchbearers chat there, distracted by dice games scratched into dirt. Courier palms a honey flatbread into their line of sight. Both youths bend to pick it up, classic misdirection, and you slip past into a service tunnel smelling of torch soot and mildew. Tunnel leads under seething tears, darkness punctured by wall niche lamps. Water drips from condensation. Your footsteps echo, joined by distant thuds. Heavy crates being dragged? Could be workers packing away discus weights, or could be ground interception team setting traps. You quicken pace. The tunnel splits. Left slopes upward toward city. Right downward to harbor storage according to half-rubbed chalk arrows. Shell hum directs faint left. Courier pauses, listens, voices ahead. Male low. She gestures, lights out. You wrap sling across shell to dampen glow. She shutters lamp, leaving faint luminous breadcrumb of exit far behind. You edge forward. Voices sharpen. Wagon leaves at moon zenith. Mirror shards loaded. Boss wants them recast by dawn. The dog growls soft in throat. You hold collar. Its hackles bristle like grain ready for harvest. The courier counts options with a glance. Confrontation risks noise. Sneaking around risks detection. She taps dagger grip, eyebrows raised, your call. You weigh mission priority, shell integrity, message security against potential fight. Then memory surfaces. Little bone flutes double note confuses wind-thieves. Maybe confuses land crew too? You pull flute from pouch, raise brow. Courier nods, go for it. Single soft note first. Echo flutters like bat wing. Voices pause. Second note, quick. A harmonic ripple propagates down corridor, air molecules ripple with coded command. The shell vibrates in agreement. Beyond curve a clatter, crates knocking, curses. Athena's toenails, my ears. One thief yelps. Another shouts. Who's playing tricks? Silence. Then hurried footsteps retreat the other way. Trick worked, at least temporarily. You and courier slip through intersection, mount slope leftward. Up ahead blue moonlight slices a silhouette of open sky. You emerge onto hillside behind stadium, hidden from torches. Pasture stretches before you, dotted with olive stumps. Farther down, gull cries signal shoreline. The courier exhales. Harbor warehouses safer. My contact keeps a skiff under salt pile. Mirror thieves hate strong brine. Eats silver. You trot downhill, dog bounding. At fence of woven reeds you cut across goat paddock. Goats blink, unimpressed. Past paddock a cluster of sheds backs onto quay. Courier leads to one with faded dolphin painted on door. She knocks pattern, 3 fast, 2 slow. Door opens. Tall man with apron flecked in salt peers out. Recognizes her, steps aside. Inside, crystals of sea salt pile waist-high, gleaming pyramids. Air tastes sharp, drying sweat instantly. Skiff lies upside down atop barrels. The salt man flips it upright without a word. Reveals hidden mizzen mast. He nods to your bronze shell. That thing hums like a half-tuned conch. Mind if I listen? Courier shakes head no. Time thin. He shrugs, hands her oarlocks. You and courier muscle skiff onto roller logs. Shove toward waterline where moonlight coins the waves. Salt prickles nostrils. Behind, distant stadium fireworks. Tiny magnesium comets. Signal closing ceremonies. Good distraction. Skiff slides water with soft gulp. You leap aboard, dog after, courier following. She sets mast, you angle rudder. Off the breakwater navy black swells accept hull. Wind again friendly southerly, crisp, eager. Canvas fills. Quiet compared to stadium roar but thrilling nonetheless. You glance back. Town lights flicker. Nothing pursues, yet. But raids rarely end early. Ground team might catch new scent. You focus forward, adjusting sheet. Bronze shell hums smooth. No static. Mission back on rails. Mid-channel, courier digs in haversack and hands you a wax-sealed pouch. Stadium leaf gossip, she explains. Choirmaster hired scribe to capture chance. But thieves seized stash. We salvaged some. Deliver to Delos? You nod. Another note to tuck into route matrix. Waves slap hull counting time. Courier inspects spar line. Dog sniffs wind, satisfied. You exhale tension. The night reclaims hush. Overhead constellations will, the athlete Orion locked in pose, Pleiades flocking like chipped pottery bits. You think how tomorrow's feast will proceed without you. Torch relay flame becoming sacrificial stew spark. Spectators buzzing about unseen flute that spooked backstage thieves. Historians centuries hence may puzzle over a footnote. Midsummer Thriambos nearly delayed due to unexplained corridor acoustics. Some will blame faulty amphora echo. Others propose prankster fawns. Debate guaranteed. Certainty optional. Meanwhile the real story, your bone flute duet with bronze shell, rides the currents out to sea, tucked safe among waves unlabeled by scribes. You grip tiller, feel boat answer. Onward, courier, dog, shell, and a fresh coil of gossip swirl east, leaving stadiums after smell of pitch and applause to fade under salt breath. The night ahead is long, but its map glows inside your pocket, humming, ready. Salt spray crusts your eyelashes by the time the skiff noses into a cove lit only by moon sliver and the halo of phosphorescent plankton. Each ripple a firefly caught underwater. No torches burn here, good, because the rendezvous point is supposed to remain invisible unless you already know it exists. You beach the hull on polished pebbles. They chatter under the keel like dice in a gambler's cup, then settle as if realizing tonight's stakes involve more than silver coins. The courier hops out first, landing light despite soaked boots. She whistles once. The dog answers with a muffled woof and bounds across the starlit stones, scouting the ridgeline where olive and cypress silhouettes blur into a single ragged treetop horizon. A path only barely wider than goat shoulders climbs from the beach. You sling the stadium gossip pouch beside your now Frankenstein-patched bronze shell and follow her up. Halfway to the ridge, a field of half-collapsed stone columns juts from thigh-high grass. Moonlight gives each ruin the look of a broken sundial, which is fitting because one intact gnomon, just a triangular tooth of marble, still stands in a circular paving. The courier calls a halt here. We need to wait. She points at the solitary shard. That sundial's shadow pins the exact moment the next relay unlocks. Until it tips past that spiral mark, the west gate at Calamos remains barred. You step inside the paving ring. The marble tooth projects a blade-edged shadow across faint concentric circles. Even by night you see shallow grooves, hour markers worn by centuries of feet brushing across them. The courier kneels, dusts moss from one particular groove shaped like a half-eaten crescent. When the moon sets far enough, the shadow clicks here. Gatekeepers up on the ridge watch a twin gnomon. Align both, open path. She shrugs. Shadow passwords, don't need paper, can't be stolen. Hermes prefers geometry. You chuckle, sinking to sit on a toppled capital that smells of time and old rain. The bronze shell hums a low drone, rest mode maybe. Your lungs welcome stillness after hours of sprint. Boat, stadium, salt pit, skiff. The courier unpacks a goatskin water flask, passes it to you, then takes out a small copper oil lamp and flint striker. She lights it with a practiced flick. The flame steadies, painting amber rings on the gnomon's edge. It also makes time feel denser. Waiting begins. And waiting, it turns out, is its own form of translation. The courier explains, voice low, that before clepsydras, water clocks, became common in courts, messengers measured dispatch intervals by sundials even at night, using moonlight's paler beam. Moon moves slower than sun, she notes, so each hour runs fat. Good for padding deadlines. Courts disliked the lax metric, so magistrates imported Egyptian water clocks to keep litigants honest. Some historians claim that switch tightened Athenian trial schedules, squeezing speeches into compartments that birthed the famous 12-minute courtroom orations. Others argue the water clocks were ceremonial, too small to govern real time, and that trials remained as long-winded as ever. The debate breaks out every summer conference in Athens. Last year 2 professors allegedly tried to dunk each other in the Roman Agora fountain over it. You sip water, picturing stooped scholars swinging satchels like slings, and laugh softly. The dog cocks its head as if asking for the punchline. The courier scratches its ears, then unrolls a strip of parchment she retrieved from Saltman's shack. Moonlight glints off faint silver ink, wave-like glyphs you've seen inside the bronze shell. She smooths it on a knee, tracing an index finger along a line. Tide log, she says. List of coves where reflectors got smashed. We'll copy it into the shell later. While she reviews, you wander the ruins' perimeter. Blocks here once formed an ancient heliotropic shrine, so rumor says, where priests tracked equinox alignment to predict ideal pressing days for early olives, believing the first juice acquired from a sun-blessed hour cured winter fevers. Scholars remain split whether such alignment truly mattered to oil chemistry or whether the ritual just justified pricey tithes. Chemical analysis of residue inside 5th century amphorae shows higher polyphenol count in first light batches, but skeptics attribute that to early harvest rather than cosmic scheduling. The argument rolls on, lubricated by rival laboratories seeking grant renewal. You run fingers over tool marks still visible on one fallen architrave. The stone feels beaded, like braille carved by weather. At your touch the shell hum deepens. Perhaps it senses a sibling inscription embedded in this ruin. You wonder if dust holds magnetic traces of messages lost. A library only the shell can hear. A breeze slips down from ridge, dragging cooler night air. Grass torsos sway, seeds whispering gossip about whoever passes. The courier looks up. Moon's dropping faster than I thought. Another hour. She folds the tide log and gestures to a low slab. You join her, lamp flickering between you like a hearth. Dog curls at feet, nose nestled under tail. Waiting, she confesses, used to agitate her. I raced everywhere, fought every lull. Then one grove elder told me, air writes slower than ink. You can't rush a breeze if you want it legible. She smiles at the memory. So now I let pauses stretch. Messages pair with breath. You absorb the aphorism like bread sopping broth. Silence expands, a friendly balloon. In it, distant surf mutters against cliff. Somewhere inland, nightjars trade calls. The bronze shell begins ticking faintly. Soft metronomic clicks like a pendulum warming up. You hold it to ear and hear. Shadow language thrums / hinge of moon unlocks the path / patience oils the gears. A short verse. Haiku sneaking into Greek meter. You whisper translation to the courier. She grins. Hermes thrives on genre blending. Obscure fact slides into mind. The oldest surviving Greek epigrams on sundials sometimes hide riddles. One at Delphi invites passers to guess the hour by which gods face the shadow kisses. Epigraphists duel over interpretation. Some call it playful, others code for esoteric cult instructions. No verdict yet. Time flows on. Your eyes adjust until lamp seems bright as a small sun. You study the sundial gnomon. Its base holds chisel marks, 3 nested spirals identical to the courier network crest. You trace them. Cold marble drinks heat from your fingertip. The courier tilts lamp to illuminate. Relay route, she murmurs. Every major exchange engraved one. She lifts a chunk of chalky mortar from ground, rubs it across spirals. Powder settles, highlighting grooves white. Easier to see. She snaps twig, sweeps along circumference until she uncovers a tiny drilled hole between hour rings. Keyport. Watch. She removes a thin bronze reed from satchel. Looks like a flattened hairpin. Slides it into hole. A metallic clink. The gnomon loosens, swivels east-west on an unseen socket. She sets it back precisely, aligning its blade with Polaris. Perfect true north, she explains. Wind-thieves sometimes nudge gnomons to shift shadows and mistime gates. This one's still true. Mainstream history nudges memory. Greek sundials typically oriented the style to celestial north. If misaligned, their hour marks skewed, causing shadow drift. In 1902, archaeologists excavated a failed workshop dump at Thassos. Dozens of misengraved dials tossed because styles set wrong. Debate erupted on whether they were training pieces or deliberate fakes sold to unwary travelers. The courier checks moon again, now grazing cypress tops. She gestures to dog. It rises, shakes off dew. Shadows almost at bite mark. Indeed, the gnomon's shade creeps across limestone. When its tip meets the crescent groove, a distant horn, faint, hollow, threads through night air. One note only, but it vibrates the shell. Gates open, she says. Lamp doused, you bundle gear. Descent from ruin crosses a knee-high field of asphodel. Flowers glow pale, as if each petal borrowed spare moonlight. Superstition claims asphodel marks roads trodden by the dead. Walkers leave an offering to avoid shade entanglement. Scholars argue the plant simply thrives in poor soil. Poets assign it ghostly symbolism. Either way, courier pops a rosemary olive into grass as toll. You follow with a barley crumb. Forest thickens along ridge saddle, pines exhaling resin. The path steepens into switchbacks so tight they feel drawn by a mason's compass. Halfway up a new sound rises, wooden clappers knocking steady beat. The dog pauses, head high. The courier whispers, "Night shepherds." She clicks tongue 3 times. Clappers stop, then resume slower. Code received, harmless travelers. You top ridge. Ahead, a low stone arch straddles track, flanked by 2 squat towers, more like watch huts. Torches gutter behind arrow-slit windows. A bearded guard leans from doorway, lamp raised. Courier holds out reed token from sundial. Guard squints, nods, unlatches a pine gate blocking trail. No words exchanged. Inside the tiny courtyard stands a cedar pillar carved with rows of wedge cuts. A clepsydra water clock sits in alcove, drip timing shifts. You glimpse float with stylus marking parchment drum. Ingenious. Each drip records passage. Historians debate which polis first married float mechanism to rotating scroll. Some attribute to Plato's nephew, others to unknown Phoenician tinkers. Beats still unresolved. Guard gestures to bowl where travelers wash dust before entering sleeping quarter. You rinse palms. Bowl's rim engraved with motto, "Even the swift must pause." Ritualistic hygiene doubles as time buffer. If wind-thieves pursue, they might balk at washing. Guilt? Maybe just impatience. A second gate opens onto plateau sloping toward inland lake. Ink mirror encircled by reeds. Stars rest on its surface. Far shore shows pinpricks of shepherd fires. Courier's destination, Calamo's hamlet, nests beyond those lights. She sighs relief, but shell's hum quickens. You tilt it. Mirror shards reforged / ground patrol, rerouted east / caution at the ford. You relay message. She mutters a curse. East Ford sits between lake and marsh. Perfect ambush bottleneck. She squints at horizon where path plunges toward water. We can detour through reed maze. Slow, but safer. Reed maze. A delta where lake spills into tidal marsh, channels webbing like veins. Guides cut hidden walkways through stands tall as giants. Few outsiders navigate without markers. Bundles of twine left by fishermen. Perfect for losing pursuers, but easy to lose oneself. Decision made, you tilt bronze shell to memorize read route hums. Pins clack out 959 pattern, likely channel intersections. The courier counts under breath, mapping onto mental grid. Dog sneezes, impatient. You thank gate guard with laurel coin from pocket. He accepts with grunt, closes bar. Downhill trail curves, gravel whispering under soles. On left slope terraces of abandoned vineyards reflect moon. Vines long gone leaving skeletal stakes. Historians still argue why vintners fled. Soil fatigue or plague of vine borers. Evidence scant, conclusion pending. At marsh edge reeds wave like an army of frayed spears. Courier locates first twine marker. Ducks into corridor only shoulder wide. Water laps ankles, cool but shallow. You push through corridors of rustling green. The dog's shape vanishes ahead like ghost submarine. Reappears whenever path kinks. Inside reed hush the bronze shells clacks echo intimately. Guiding turns. After the third fork you smell sulfur, brackish pocket. Means you're close to fisherman's hut that anchors maze. You turn last corner, stop. Hut stands collapsed, roof sagging. Shadows move, 3 figures rummage through debris. Their cloaks bear dull metal plates, mirror thieves in land attire. The courier pulls back. Reeds rustle. One thief looks up, listens. Shell's hum could betray. You press a pin. Hum mutes. You gesture retreat. She shakes head. Hut contains pole punts necessary for crossing deeper bog. Another path? None without waist-deep sludge. She slips dagger. You ready staff length of bamboo pulled earlier for support. Dog growls low. Plan, distraction. You produce saffron oil vial from helpful spectator. Pop cork. Aroma floods. Thieves sniff, confused. You toss vial high over hut. Glass shatters on dune. Cloying scent bursts. Figures whirl. Courier whistles. Dog charges from side. Barking fury. Thieves shout. Swat. You and courier dart to hut. Grab longest punt poles, lean against wall. Third thief lunges. You parry with bamboo. Thunking his shoulder. He stumbles, cursing. Courier kicks sand into his eyes. Dog retreats. Poles acquired. You sprint along platform onto floating mats. Woven reed rafts anchored by rope. Push off. Water deepens. Reeds part. Thieves regroup on bank, but poles too short to follow. They shout threats. Wind carries only fragments. One throws knife. It splashes meters short. You glide into open pocket where reeds give view of lake again. Breath slows. Courier laughs breathless. Saffron perfume warfare. Novel tactic. You grin despite adrenaline shakes. Poling across black water, you study sky. Moon nears horizon, stars bloom sharper. On distant shore, Calamo's home's light hearth fires. Smoke ribbons upward. Safe harbor beckons. Halfway a low hoot echoes. Heron or signal. Shell vibrates again. Ford compromised / marsh passage clear until dawn / hasten in silence. You obey.
Pole, pole.
Reeds whisper behind. At last skiff bump into mudbank. You help courier haul onto firm path lined by willow. Calamo's gate, simple wooden arch, stands unbarred. Sleepy village greets with chorus of frogs. Not guards. Inside, narrow lane curves between slate roof cottages. Fish nets dry on poles, catching starlight. At square, a public sundial, larger cousin of Ridge 1, dominates. Its gnomon shadow now invisible in lamplight. You pause. Courier lowers hood. An elder sits beside fountain, shelling beans. She nods knowingly, points to in a cross square. Wordless hospitality. Indoor creaks. Smell of lentil stew greets. Innkeeper offers room without questions. The laurel sprig behind courier's ear enough passport. Dog collapses by hearth immediately. You and courier climb ladder to loft. Roof beams low, beds straw-filled. She unwraps bronze shell, checks seam. No damage. Re-engages pin. Hum resumes, satisfied. She hands you reed stylus. Copy tied log into shell memory. You settle by window, moon glint aiding. Stylus scratches bronze pins lightly, entering code. Each engraved syllable triggers faint glow. When done, shell clicks confirmation. Courier watches, eyes hooded with fatigue. After sleep, she murmurs. We'll take canal boat east. No thieves swim mud channels at dawn. You nod. Finally, straw mattress beckons like cloud. You ease down, shell nestled beside pillow, its hum now lullaby gentle. Through shutter gap you glimpse village sundial waiting for sunrise to ink first appointment. As eyelids slide, you think, today's lesson, waiting can be action. Shadow a key, patience the courier's most underrated weapon. Somewhere scholars still argue about water clocks and vine plagues, but you carry fresh proof that time, like messages, travels in layers. Stone shadow, dripping clepsydra, hum of shell, thrum of heart, each tick nudging story forward. The rooster of Calamo stretches dawn into a copper-keening solo that rattles the shutters of your loft and convinces even the dog to crack one eye. You roll off straw that smells faintly of time, check the patched bronze shell, still humming a contented alto, and shoulder your satchel before sleep's imprint cools on the blanket. Downstairs, the innkeeper ladles lentil stew into clay bowls, adds a drizzle of last year's press. You swallow 2 portions, feeling the oil line your ribs like soft armor. Then step into morning air that tastes of willow bark and yesterday's rain. A mule cart creaks beside the canal lock, its driver polishing a brass weather vane shaped like a strutting cockerel. He nods you aboard. No fare. Couriers ride free on westbound produce runs. A tiny clause buried in a treaty older than the mule's lineage. The courier climbs up after you. Dog hops in bed of turnip sacks, and the cart shudders forward along the towpath while water glitters pewter under low sun. Wind is playful at first. Teasing hair, nudging reeds, flipping a fisherman's hat into the drink for comic relief. But the mule smells trouble long before you do. Ears flatten, step quickens. Clouds build in the northwest, thick slabs stacked so high they look carved. The driver spits. North wind sharpening knuckles, he mutters, borrowing the courier's phrase from last night. You tighten sling around the shell. It happens 3 bends later. Air whooshes sideways as if somebody yanked a curtain. Cart lurches. Turnips roll. You grab rail. The courier braces mule. Canal ripples explode into chop. Overhead, a cyclone of gulls wheels, crying outrage. The dog issues a growl that ends in a yelp as the wind plucks it clean off its paws. You snatch its scruff just before liftoff, plant it against your boots. The wind's target, though, is obvious. The bronze shell. It thrums like struck copper, pins rattling in Morse of alarm. You anchor an elbow over the sling, but the courier's shout cuts through the gale. Cover the vents! Right, those tiny acoustic ports along the rim. Wind-thieves learned ages ago that if Boreas can whistle through them, he can snatch partial transcriptions in the resonance. You fling your cloak across, pin fabric with both forearms. Too late. With a squeal of shearing metal, the lead seam you watched Apollo's scribes solder last night rips open. The newest lid, one of the 2 donor halves, peels away like foil. The gale lifts it, spins it skyward in a celebratory corkscrew, and flings it over a line of larches. You fling curses after it. The courier adds imaginative conjugations about wind deities paying child support. Mule brays sympathetic profanity. Cart skids to halt at nearest mooring. Driver won't risk planks in this gale. You dismount, sling throbbing half-shell under arm, and dash for larch line with courier and dog at heels. Wind smells of frost though it's midsummer. A sure sign you're in Boreas's showroom. Branches slap, pine cones pellet shoulders. Somewhere above, freshly stolen bronze lid flashes in the peaks, wedged between limbs like a coin in pickpocket's dream. Reaching it means climbing. You toss satchel to courier, dig boots into bark, and ascend, trunk shuddering with every gust. Pine pitch gums palms, pepper scent stinging nostrils. 10 meters up, you snag the lid's edge but slip. Wind smacks your back. Second attempt, you hook fingers through a tuning pin and wrench hard. The lid pops free, momentum yanking you backward into terrifying spin. You cling, bark razor skin, but you keep grip on the bronze even as it slices knuckle. The climb down becomes a staggered slide. You hit ground knees first, lid clanging beside. The courier pulls you upright, thumb wipes blood. Good save, she pants. The shell base hum answers in shaky 5/4 time. She inspects lid, dented but intact. We need a forge to weld this back. Next town with a metallurgist lies east, across that pass. You follow her gaze. A ridge crowned by pale ruin. 8 marble pillars and a roof drum painted with faded compass points. Locals call it the Singing Tower, though maps label it Temple of the Winds. Wind sprints through its hollow windows, playing a dozen pitches at once. Classicists still argue whether such wind towers functioned as meteorological stations, water clock hybrids, or pure architectural brag. One camp points to bronze tubes discovered on-site, ancient wind vanes channeling air to internal hydrolysis organs. Another insists those pipes fed clepsydra basins, regulating city courts. Journals trade footnotes. Conferences end in chicken and egg stalemate. You're about to add anecdotal evidence. The scramble-up scree feels like climbing a broken hourglass. Pebbles sluice under boots, seconds sliding backward. Wind bowls stones off ridge like dice. You crest the summit, and the tower greets you with 8 carved faces of cardinal winds. Boreas north, Kaikia's northeast, and so on. Boreas's mouth, open in granite scream, seems to chuckle at your dented trophy. Inside, columns ring a circular chamber. In the center stands a brass brazier half buried in pigeon droppings, last used when philosophers wore short beards. The courier sets dented lid atop brazier mesh, rips linen to kindle fire. You add pine branches. Resin catches fast. Heat rises. Wind sucks through side arches, forcing flames sideways but stoking coals. Improvised smithy. While metal warms, you explore alcoves. In one you find a stone plinth supporting clay amphory plugged with beeswax. Break wax. Inside, rolled parchments coated in resin. You unspool one halfway, gasp. It's a wind notation score, rows of diagonal dashes marking gust intervals, side annotations of cloud types sketched like lentil shapes. Scholars describe these rare animalogian charts, but most museums own only fragments. Here they rest whole, forgotten. The courier peaks, whistles admiration. Primary drafts stolen by wind? She jokes. You return to brazier. Lid glows cherry. Using blacksmith tongs scavenged from wall hooks, she presses rim against underlying half-shell, melting pine resin still clinging. You hold part steady with spear butt. Wind howls through east arch, vibrating tower. For a moment lids want to chatter apart. You plant knee, grunt, feel metal kiss metal and fuse under heat. Resin bubbles, seals seam again. Dog barks a warning. Through west arch you see three silhouettes cresting saddle, mirror thieves dogged as midges. They spot tower, accelerate. No time to let bronze cool. Courier yanks shell into cold ash, sizzles, then wraps it in damp cloth. Run. No. You answer, adrenaline launching boldness. Let's play Aeolian organ. You drag amphory into center, unstopper 2. Wind whistles over necks, producing eerie chords. Courier catches your drift. She drags brazier near east arch where wind enters strongest, feeds more pine. Smoke billows, borne by draft straight out west arch, right into thieves' path. Pine pitch smoke irritates eyes, masks sight. Meanwhile, you angle amphor necks precisely. Wind now sings dissonant triad amplified by tower's drum. Echo rolls cliff. Thieves, coughing, hesitate. You slip bronze shell's base into airflow. Its vents act as flute holes, adding shrill stepwise melody. Tower becomes an ancient megaphone of chaos. Goatherds miles off probably wake with nightmares. History footnote. Ctesibius's hydraulis, water organ, used water pressure to stabilize pipe wind. 1st century BCE. Some texts suggest earlier prototypes employed natural wind instead. Evidence scant, mostly contradictory vase paintings, but you're now proving design feasible. Although curators will argue for decades whether your stunt counts as demonstration or accident, you suspect future dissertations may cite the Calamos Tower incident as proof of concept. Thieves retreat, covering ears. One hurls throwing blade. Gust deflects it harmlessly into stone. They curse and vanish downslope. Music drops to pensive drone as pine fire dies. You lower shell, check seem tacky but set. Courier nods approvingly, then produces wax seal, presses spiral emblem across join. Third repairs a charm, she says. Before leaving, you tuck one intact wind chart into satchel, primary source for some lucky archivist, and reseal amphora. The courier replaces brazier cover. Dog sniffs Boreas's stone beard, lifts leg in final critique, and trots out. Descent on eastern side sheltered. Wind abates. Valley below unfurls fields of barley rippling like pale fur. A ribbon road curves toward distant port where masts prick skyline. You know your course. Deliver stadium gossip packet, wind chart, and hopefully finish Hermes's original love letter thread before another meteorological tantrum. Halfway down, courier stops, listens. Something jingles inside shell, an object rattling loose. You open. A tiny bronze stylus, no wider than a match, has dislodged from interior clip. On its shaft etched microletters, love measures itself in repairs. She reads aloud, eyes soft. Hermes mocking us or cheering? You smile, snap stylus back. Shell hum returns, steady now, deeper, wiser, perhaps grateful. Wind behind you slackens into ordinary breeze, pushing cool across sweat-damp necks as if Boreas, sated, now whistles lullabies. Far ahead, sun climbs, painting barley tips gold. Another relay awaits, but for once you and courier walk not chased but escorted by dawn. Each step compresses crunchy soil and history, in mainstream textbooks or footnotes to come, reshapes itself under your soles. The day two messengers tamed the north wind with improvised organ music and soldered love back together. Your boots click along a road that once served legions and now corrals mule carts, citrus vendors, and philosophers who gesture wildly enough to swat unwary pigeons. The barley sea you left behind shrinks into a golden ribbon. Ahead, white walls rise in terraces, each ledge bristling with marble silhouettes that flash in the noon sun like scales on a slow-moving dragon. The city is Chersonesos, Peninsula Market, Sculptor's Paradise, Gossip Crossroads. Sailors claim you can learn tomorrow's rumors here before the moon even thinks about setting. The patched shell at your side vibrates like a shy lyre string, eager yet cautious, as if it can smell fresh marble the way bakers smell yeast. City gates stand ajar, two colossal statues flanking the arch, Heracles on the left, club relaxed but ready. Hermes on the right, Caduceus tilted in perpetual invitation. Their feet rest on pedestals streaked with vein blue stone. You pass beneath and feel that familiar prickle, as though carved eyes count your heartbeats. Most travelers quicken pace. You do the opposite, matching the measured rhythm couriers have used for centuries when they want to look poorer than they are and richer than they seem. Inside, colonnades funnel traffic toward the agora. Stalls crowd every shade patch, silk bolts draped like giant tongues over wooden racks, fish still flapping silver on wicker trays. A chorus of dialects bounces off limestone facades, Doric vowels sparring with Ionian consonants, until the air itself seems to talk in harmonies. Against that clutter of voices the bronze shell murmurs a single directive. Seek the twins. Your guide companion, still bandaged where pine bark flayed her elbows, nods. They told you back at the singing tower this clue would appear. You scan the skyline, hundreds of statues, but only two identical sets top the Acropolis steps. A pair of wing-shod youths carved by Gnostian hands, said to represent Hermes and his shadow racing. The climb winds through terraces where rainspouts shaped like lion heads spit invisible water. At every landing you catch new scents. Roasted fig, wet plaster, laurel smoke curling from a potter's kiln. A potter's apprentice spills slip glaze and curses creatively. The courier matches him expletive for expletive, out of solidarity and perhaps relief. Normality still thrives here despite wind-thieves and fractured shells. The dog trots ahead, tail slicing air in steady wag. When you reach the plaza atop the stairs, sun slams flat onto wide flagstones, bleaching color into high contrast. 30 marble figures populate the space. Heroes, philosophers, anonymous youths posing like they invented indifference. The twins stand at the far edge, leaning outward just enough to suggest imminent flight. Rumor says the sculptor weighted their heels with lead to fight sea gusts. Another rumor insists he carved them fractionally forward to protest a city council payment dispute. Modern art historians bicker about hair-styling details. Are those curls early classical or late archaic? The argument fuels journal issues thick enough to doorstop Senate chambers. You and the courier meander, pretending to admire workmanship. The shell hum intensifies near the twins. Up close, the craftsmanship surprises. Cape folds so thin they almost ripple, yet one shoulder bears a chipped groove. A mason's accident? Or signal? You kneel as though tying sandal, inspect base. A fine crack lines the junction between pedestal and plinth, hairline but straight as ruler. The courier pretends to adjust her belt, slips a flat copper key from inside seam, hands it without touching marble. The dog circles, whining softly. Its nose picks metallic tang. You slide key into crack, meet resistance, twist. A faint clunk echoes through stone like distant hammer on hollow iron. The pedestal tilts a heartbeat. Then a seam reveals a drawer no broader than your hand. Inside rests a small tablet thin as dragonfly wing, forged of electrum, gold and silver alloy. Symbols crawl across its surface in microscript too dense for naked eye. The tablet pulses faintly. Same glow the shell emitted that first night by the pier. You slip it into a waxed leather sleeve. The courier eases drawer shut, turns key back, seam vanishes. No tourist notices. They're busy arguing which statue angle flatters their new imported olive wood phones. Across the plaza, a civic guard taps spear but twice, changing of watch. You and the courier drift toward shaded portico where mosaic tiles depict dolphins shepherding lost sailors. You find a bench, settle dog at feet, and examine prize. Electrum catches diffused light, revealing layer beneath letters. An image scratched so fine you'd need dawn and patience to see it. The courier unfurls a sliver of obsidian-polished mirror from satchel. Directs ray of sunlight onto tablet at grazing angle. Letters fade. Image blooms. Sketch of a turtle shell half opened. Sparks flying from seam. Next to drawing, a line in red pigment. Patch number 3 engraved. Authenticity contested by the slow-hand scholars. She snorts. They still arguing? She asks. Indeed they are. Scribal circles divide themselves into swift-hand and slow-hand factions. One believes Hermes wrote in rapid shorthand strokes that curve like fishhooks. The other insists he preferred measured verticals, citing 3 ostraca found near Saunian. Conferences devolve into calligraphy duels. This tablet sides with swift-hand. Lines swirl in loops more fluid than wine poured from amphora. The shell wants dialogue. You open hatch, tap central pin. Tiny aperture widens. Shell projects faint audio, just for you too. Test pattern 3 successful. Fracture tolerance plus 7 storms. Partner route realigned through Chersoneso's marble net. Record duplication complete. Then another voice, softer. Maybe Hermes himself. Maybe a lover's echo. By the time you read, statue feet will anchor these letters where salt winds cannot unthread them. Carry my rhythm to Delos. Let the god-born island judge my meter. The courier's eyes fold into narrow mountains of suspicion. Delos again, she mutters. Whoever runs wind-thieves bleeds there too. She draws quick map on dusty mosaic. Chersoneso's here, Delos there, scribes in between. We must cross open water. Aegean wide, piracy season thick. History poises itself for a cameo. During Hellenistic years Delos transformed from sacred sanctuary to free port bazaar, tax-exempt and morally flexible. Merchant guilds built marble queue lines for cargo. Slave dealers erected exchange offices inside ex-votive halls. Some modern historians exalt the island as ancient globalization's beating heart. Others condemn it as tax dodger Valhalla. Debate festers, each excavation adding contradictory evidence. Warehouse receipts praising ethical trade stacked on top of mass grave steels. The truth lies tangled like mooring ropes. You tuck Electrum tablet into hidden pocket of sling. Shell hums low, satisfied. Mission updated. Deliver tablet to Delos. Cross-check authenticity. The courier shoulders pack, rotates joints. First we secure passage before the afternoon sirocco. She eyes distant harbor cranes. Wooden rigs shaped like stilt-legged insects pulling amphory from holds. Statue foundries ship marble north. We ride ballast south. Cheaper, but captain may ask for favors. Dog barks at marble toes. Maybe it smells centuries of pigeon roost droppings. You take path down colonnade lined with philosophers carved mid-gesture. Each pedestal once carried bronze labels citing donor families, but salty wind corroded them. Some with scribbled jokes and wax over the corroded plaques. Cleaning crews scrape weekly, yet wags reapply. One reads, "True wisdom is knowing the wind will steal your plaque before your pride." Scholars trace handwriting, trying to attribute jokes to particular schools of cynics. Consensus remains elusive. Halfway down, an old man stumps along using broken spear as cane. He squints at your shell, clicks tongue. "Patch job 2-part resin," he observes. "You'll want beeswax buffer or the silver lamina will warp." The courier hesitates, deference reflexive. The man rummages sack, offers tiny vial. Smell of beeswax and mastic gum. "Gift." He nods to dog, scratches ear, limps on before you can thank him. Shell hum notes the formula. You apply dab along seam. Good Samaritan or network contact. Unclear, but the hiss as wax melts into joint feels reassuring. At harbor, gulls stake each bollard like feathery harbor police, shrieking traffic control. You inspect ships. Sleek pentacounters, wide-bellied grain barks, a bizarre round-hulled Syracusan circus vessel with painted eyes 7 feet tall. The courier picks modest coaster named the Painted Rabbit. Hull patched but tight. Crew of 5 lounge playing knucklebones. Captain, short woman with hair braided in coral beads. Accepts marble ballast contract to Delos. Needs additional cargo to offset fee. The courier pays with one of the Singing Tower's wind charts. Captain gapes. Knowledge of seasonal gusts priceless. Boarding sealed. Below deck you nest between marble blocks swaddled in straw. Each block bears chisel outline of statue yet unborn. Just rough silhouettes. The courier runs hand over one finished foot emerging from stone. Toes delicate already. Sculptors carve feet first, she tells. If the toes sing, the rest dances. Beside block rests wooden crate labeled. Hold, Parian quarry test core. Authenticity under dispute. Quarry wars rage. Parian, Noshian, Pentelic sources claim superiority. Each stonemason guild bribes inspectors. Geological experts argue isotopic signatures. Politicians weigh which mine yields campaign donations. Storm clouds threaten west, but captain shouts for cast-off. Sail billows, deck tilts. Dog slides into straw nest, unimpressed. You watch city statues shrink. Armies frozen mid-stride. Now thumb-high soldiers bidding farewell. Sun dips. Gulls replace them as guardians. Night underway. The courier teaches Morse pin combinations to memorize Electrum microscript. Each glyph equals 2 pin taps and a hinge pivot. You practice until fingertips tingle. Shell records soundless as owl flight. Captain visits, bearing lamp and fermented pomegranate swill. She talks of Delos harbor fees denominated in god coins. Tokens minted with Apollo's lyre. Historians puzzle why Island insisted on special currency when drachma sufficed. Some call it tourist trap, others subtle trade control mechanism. Their debate ripples through papyri margins. Waves slap hull, rhythmic but slowly rising. South wind forgets courtesy, begins pushing whitecaps sideways. Crew tie extra lashings. Marble blocks shift, groan. You wedge tablet deeper in sling, secure shell. Midnight clouds swallow stars. Lightning flickers far astern. The courier stands at bow, hair whipping, eyes narrowed. Not storm, she whispers, pointing at flashing pattern. Regular, 3-pulse pause, 3-pulse, non-random. Not Zeus's fireworks but heliograph mimic using storm mirrors. Mirror thieves calling brothers. Captain banks north, but silhouettes of triremes emerge port side. Lean, oars shipped, sails reefed. Dog growls, you hear oarlocks clatter. Pursuit mode. The courier pulls bone flute, plays single note. Wind hisses downward, sail luffs. Second note, hull tilts. False squall cuts path perpendicular. Captain curses admiration, uses gust to slip between triremes. They adjust, but the painted rabbit darts like her namesake. Shell vibrates urgent. Statue row lock point south of Syra. Stone garden hide. You relay. Captain pivots once more, setting course slightly east of planned. By dawn, triremes fade into haze. Crew exhale. Sunrise paints Cycladic islands in rows. Delos' sacred peak peaks over horizon. But captain veers to low islet ringed by pillars. Statue row. White forms line shore like chess pieces awaiting match. Captain anchors behind columned promontory. You disembark with courier, dog, sling, leaving crew to repair frayed lines. Statue garden shows torsos half-finished and abandoned when quarry contract broke decades earlier. Marble legs, torsos, missing heads stand waist-deep in sand. Waves slap ankles that never walk. Shell directs to a female figure reclining, one arm missing. Under her elbow, a cavity chiseled but sealed by plaster cap. Courier prize, inside, leather pouch. You open, tiny rolled papyrus, fresh. Message ink still tacky. Text. Mirror thieves infiltrated Delos customs. Use Lion Gate vantage at dusk. Exchange tablet only when twin flutes answer 8-4 count. Failing that, break Electrum patch and burn. Signed with stylized winged tortoise, Hermes' personal seal rarely used. The courier whistles. Twin flutes. Co-duets only temple musicians know. Historians reference cryptic duet performances at Delian festivals. Two flautists play interlocking melodies, said to open invisible door of harmony. Scholars think metaphor. Maybe not. You copy note into shell. Tablet safe for now. Captain calls from deck. Repairs done. Tide turning. You board. Boat rounds promontory. Sets final leg to Delos. Hours pass. Aegean glowing like hammered tin. The courier catnaps. Dog dreams paddle kicks. You study island growing on horizon. Terraces of white show amphitheater, porticos, and the famous lions crouched along sacred way. Shell hum softens to purr home stretch. Harbor chaos matches legend. 50 masts swaying. Cargo nets swinging amphory over shoulders of sweating crews. Customs dock bristles with clerks stamping wax seals. You disembark amid cacophony. Slip tablet under cloak. Shell tight. The courier leads through back alleys paved in mosaic shards, broken from decades of building booms. Weaving path ends at small courtyard where stone lion gate stares blankly, moss-coating muzzle. Sunset bleeds vermilion. Temple bells strike sequence. Two flautists appear on opposite balconies, trade notes. 8 then 4. Signal given. You step under lion arch. A scholar in indigo robe emerges. Eyes tired. Ink stains on fingertips. He produces matching electrum shard, nested in olive wood case. Courier removes your tablet, shows seal. Scholar bows, exchanging his piece for yours. He examines loops, sighs relief. Patch completes poem cycle, he murmurs. Thus you learn Hermes's love letters were poems cut into microtablets. Scattered along courier route, each statue pedestal or shell interior a stanza housing. When assembled they form continuous verse across islands, the first Pan-Aegean epistolary poem. Scholar hands folded parchment receipt. Archivists will argue authenticity long after we're gone, he says, almost cheerful. Some claim these verses later inspired Callimachos' hymn to Artemis. Proof may die in footnotes. He shrugs at inevitability of dispute. Exchange done. Flautists cease. Night swallows courtyard. Courier exhales, tension flowing away. Dog shakes final nerves off, settles. You glance at shell. It hums lullaby of mission accomplished, for now. Above, a sliver moon reappears, silver boat on black cloth. Statues of lions guard promenade, their stone whiskers catching starlight. You realize today's journey etched as deeply in you as chisel in marble. Other routes await. Wind-thieves still prowl. Historians will still bicker. But one stanza of cosmic love is whole again, vibrating through sea breeze and clinking moorings. The courier nudges you toward harbor tavern promising lamb stew with quince. You walk under columns glowing soft torchlight. Shell rests lighter on hip, as though bronze remembers it was meant for music, not battle. Ahead, lanterns sway on fishing skiffs. Behind, marble twins back in Chersonesos keep silent watch over their hidden drawer. The secret now empty, yet still alive somewhere inside your chest. You leave Delos just before dawn, feet still tasting marble dust, heart still humming the twin flute code that unlocked the lion gate. The courier stays behind to barter fresh wind charts for copper wire, in case the shell craves another costume change. She jokes. So for the first time since the midnight harbor you sail alone. Well, not quite alone. The dog sprawls by the tiller dreaming fish-shaped dreams, and the bronze shell rests in its sling, freshly beeswaxed, pulsing a lazy bass line that sinks with the hull's creaks. Your passage south rides on a small cargo cutter hired cheap from a Parian broker who insists the craft practically steers herself. Evidence suggests otherwise. The rudder sticks like a philosopher on payday and the mainsail squeaks in E-flat whenever the wind shifts. Still, the horizon looks benevolent. No thieving mirrors in sight, only a chain of Cycladic islands rising and falling like shoulders under a linen sheet. Mid-morning the mate, a gap-toothed veteran named Thysos, invites you to inspect the hold. Worth seeing, he grins. We're carrying love. Below deck smells of rope tar, damp grain burlap, and something vaguely nostalgic, like cedar drawers that once hid secret valentines. Oil lamps reveal row upon row of low crates, each stamped with a stylized shell icon. Thysos jimmies one lid with a marlinspike. Inside sits 6 turtle shells, smaller than yours, polished to moonlight sheen and wrapped in linen against scuff. Their vents are still cork-plugged. Their bronze pins haven't clicked a single syllable yet. Empty message shells? You ask. Fresh order, he replies. Headed to a scribe collective on Carpathos. Festival of brides next week. Every lovesick cousin wants their poem sung across water. As if on cue, the bronze shell at your hip perks up, vibrating a greeting to its dormant cousins. You picture them like eggs about to hatch verses. Thysos laughs. Yours sounds jealous. You let him stroke the carapace. It purrs. He pries open a second crate. Larger shells, some laced with silver wire, others inlaid with abalone. Premium line, he says. Those float even if you drop them with a brick of lead. That reassuring buoyancy matters, because Festival Custom dictates each bride's family launches at least one love letter shell into the surf at sunrise. Whoever's shell drifts back first is rumored to bear the most devoted groom. Superstitious? Certainly. But Chrysian olive merchants pay triple for the fanciest shells, turning romance into a brisk maritime export industry. A footnote drifts across your mind. Roman satirists once mocked Greek islanders for monetizing moonlight, pointing to these bride festivals as proof. Maritime historians counter that the trade helped standardize ship lanes, indirectly boosting safety for all. The argument still tangles conference banquets. Was shell male cultural fluff or logistics genius? Debates rage until someone changes the subject to wine regions. Back on deck, you find wind thickening from the southeast. Poseidon's shrug, the locals call it. The dog perks ears, you secure lines. The cutter shoulders into a froth of whitecaps just as Thysos calls, reef or regret. Sails shrink reluctantly, yet momentum keeps building. Stacked crates shift. Hull grumbles. You lash extra lines across hatch because love letters can't swim. Noon brings the strait between Ios and Sikinos, notorious for funneling gusts like gossip through a tavern door. Waves pile in sloppy pyramids. A crate of silver-wired shells breaks loose, thuds against hull, threatens to splinter. You and Thysos wrestle it back, double-knot lashings. Too much cargo, he mutters. We should have left those marble butterflies behind. By butterflies he means the decorative shell-stand sculptors crafted to cradle outgoing mail. Pure limestone vanity pieces that weigh more than a jealous opinion. Wind escalates. Boom thwacks, rigging shrieks. Crates slide again. 2 toppler shells topple out, skitter across deck like giant beetles, pins rattling wild Morse. You lunge, catch one. The dog pounces the other, teeth gently gripping bronze lip. Score stands. Couriers 2, Poseidon 0. But gods excel at overtime. A rogue swell lifts the cutter, stalls, then drops it into a trough so deep your stomach tries to backstroke. Lashing snap, the forward stack tips. 30 shells cascade, clanging like a temple bell choir. They roll starboard, cutter lists with them water-lapping gunnel. Suddenly you understand the legend this chapter prophesied. A boat capsized by love letters. You and Thysos scramble portside, but inertia wins. Cargo tumbles en masse. Hull heels further, yardarm kisses foam. The dog sails past, legs pinwheeling, lands with a wet yelp into scupper pool. Thysos bellows to dump ballast. You know he means the stone butterflies. With no time for niceties you heave the first limestone stand overboard. Splash. Cutter rights by a breath. You hurl 2 more, muscles screaming. A wave snatches one mid-arc and smashes it against prow, showering shards like marble hail. Historians will wonder decades hence why so many sculpted stands litter this seafloor. Salvage divers will concoct myths involving jealous sea nymphs. Academic panels will duel citations. Irony will grin. By the 4th discarded butterfly the cutter stabilizes. Crates jammed against bulwark wedge immovable. You secure them heart jackhammering. 2 shells bob astern escaped stowaways. They glint, buoyant proofs of premium pricing, and then vanish behind a crest. Thysos sighs. Festival budget just shrank. You promise to cover losses, though your purse is lighter than seafoam. Rain arrives in cold diagonals. Thysos orders pump crew to check bilge while he recalculates sail trim. You fetch dog, shivering but alive, and towel its fur with spare sailcloth. The bronze shell hums a trembling subtone, part apology, part lullaby. Evening glows bruised purple when storm finally tires. Wind eases. Waves settle into wearied roll. Crates reshackled. Deck swabbed of heartbreak debris. Cutter limps toward Carpathos. Canvas patched with rope spiderwebs. Thysos thanks you by sharing last of the fignut biscuits. You trade him the weirdest fact you know. Certain Aegean monks once fermented fig skins into waterproof varnish that also repelled barnacles. Recipe vanished after a rival monastery allegedly swapped labels on storage jars. Archaeologists still debate whether barnacle density on medieval hulls proves sabotage or mere climatic shift. Night stars flicker on. You cradle bronze shell. Speak soft. Got any advice? It answers with a whisper like distant surf. When love crowds a vessel / lighten the myth / keep the promise afloat, you grin. The dog sighs content, curling tail over nose. Above, Orion struts, eternal athlete smug in celestial stands no rogue wave can reach. Carpathos harbor appears at dawn. Pastel houses terraced along cliff like fondant on a tiered cake. Dockhands gape at your battered cutter. But they help unload with surprising tenderness. Cradling crates as if each shell holds their own sister's vow. Festival banners whip overhead. Cloth turtles carrying hearts, slogans promising messages as swift as Hermes, as faithful as Selene. Merchants hawk ribbon bookmarks scented with myrrh. Tie one to your shell, guarantee reply. Island magistrate meets you personally, a wiry woman named Nicandra wearing quiver-print shawl. She tallies shell count, flinches at loss, but accepts your offer to cover replacements with a future courier favor. Ferry her nephew's philosophical treatise to Rhodes next month. You nod. The network is nothing if not a ledger of reciprocal strings. In the courtyard outside magistracy, marble basin reflects cloudless noon. Nicandra invites you to witness first shell engraving ceremony. Scribes in saffron tunics stand over long cedar table, each armed with diamond-tipped stylus. Brides-to-be recite lines. Scribes carve simultaneously into waiting shells whose bronze pins click like cicadas. You notice each shell balanced on small felt cushions, learned lesson from past tip-overs. The mainstream history here rings clear. These festivals date back at least to 500 BCE, when island alliances cemented trade via marriage pacts. Shell letters served as both dowries and delivery guarantees. Send your love by sea. Prove your fleet trusts the tides. Some historians claim the tradition institutionalized logistic reliability centuries before postal services. Others dismiss it as sentimental spectacle, noting shipping ledgers rarely mention shells at all. The argument persists, naturally. Your weird trivia contribution arrives courtesy of an elder scribe who shares coffee with you while ink dries. In lean years we lined shells with crushed cuttlefish bone. It amplified resonance, but also attracted dolphins who tried to rescue them, thinking they were stranded kin. Whole shipments rerouted by playful cetaceans. We switched to marble powder after that. He winks, toothless, content. Work completes by sunset. Shells now weigh more, heavy with courtship. You ask if anyone still launches them into surf. Tradition never drowns, Nicandra says. Before dawn each bride will fling hers from basalt pier. Family members will hold torches. Scribes will hum the newly engraved verses. Night descends. You retire to guest loft above olive press. Shell cradled beside straw mattress. Through shutters you hear distant rehearsal. Choirs chanting antiphons about love bridging islands. The shell hums along, harmonizing. Sometime after midnight, dog growls softly. Floorboards creak. You sit up, glimpse silhouette by window. Thin man in cloak, mirror shard glinting. Wind-thieves again. He creeps toward table where wedding shells rest in velvet-lined crates. You purposely nudge shell. Pins clack loud. Intruder freezes. You stand, calm but firm. Take another step and the entire village hears. He snarls, hurls mirror shard, narrow miss. Dog lunges. Thief bolts through balcony. drops to alley. You give brief chase, but thorn hedges hinder. He vanishes down moon-washed street, perhaps empty-handed, perhaps scouting for dawn heist. You alert magistrate watch. She doubles guards, posts horn blowers at pier. Dawn arrives in orchestral pink. Brides gather on basalt quay, shells cupped like newborns. Families cluster, torches flare despite rising sun. Symbolic double light. You watch from seawall, dog at heel. Bronze shell thrums excitedly, picking up collective anticipation. Drums roll. Brides cast shells into silk blue water one by one. They float, catching current, bronze pins glinting like tiny lighthouses. Seagulls will overhead, not sure whether to celebrate or suspect lunch. Suddenly a rogue cutter, sleek, black-hulled, rounds breakwater at speed, intent clear, scoop floating shells. Watch horns blare, villagers shout. You leap onto moored fishing skiff, slice rope, push off. Dog leaps aboard. Using single or like Venetian gondolier you angle across surf. The bronze shell vibrates instructions. Tilt left, catch back eddy. You obey. Skiff slingshots behind cutter's stern. Dog barks war cry. Thief sailor at rail startles. You grab gaff hook. Snag his net brimming with 3 bride shells. Yank hard. Net flips. Shells plop back into sea, floating away. Cutter helmsman curses. Swings tiller to ram. You brace, angle gaff between gunwale and their bow. Impact shoves skiff sideways but also sticks cutter momentarily onto pole lever. Momentum breaks their forward oarlock. They drift dead in water long enough for harbor guards to row up. Skiff nearly tips but rights. Dog shakes triumph water across deck. Brides cheer from quay. You fish remaining shells. Return them to rightful owners. Nicandra clasps your shoulders. Proclaims free passage and hospitality indefinite. Magistrate orders captured thieves branded as barnacle-brained and sent to quarry labor, humiliating but non-lethal. Scholars will later dispute whether such mild sentencing proves Carpathian justice was merciful or merely pragmatic. Dissertations will spawn footnotes on restorative shaming. Evening celebratory feast unfolds under fig-arch pergola. You taste grilled sea bass stuffed with mint, pomegranates steeped in sweet wine, and a dessert of almond honey fritters shaped like tiny shells. The courier's seat stays empty, still haggling copper in Delos, but you toast her absence with rosemary-infused water. The bronze shell hums lullaby, for once not urgent but content, like a cat fed and window sun drunk. Later, walking beach alone, you spot one bride left behind. Her shell floats stubbornly near shore, refusing to drift. Tears rim her eyes. Tradition says stuck shells mean hesitant love. You wade in, waist-deep, scoop shell. Bronze pin misaligned, scribe error. You adjust, whisper tiny encouragement. When you set it back, current accepts. Catches moon path, glides seaward. Bride exhales, smile. She presses small coral charm into your palm without words. Runs back to torches. You study charm. Shape of tiny turtle shell, carved with spiral. Another link in chain. Pocketing charm, you realize Hermes' love letters multiply now. Every bride's shell a footnote. Every splash an ellipsis. On return path dog trots ahead sniffing tidal flotsam. You scan horizon where bride shells bob, mirrored stars on water. Somewhere out there, one will return first, crown champion of devotion. Elsewhere, mirror thieves nurse bruises, revising strategies. Scholars revise theories. You rest against basalt pier post, bronze shell at ear, listening as it hums new verse. Love that overloads the world / teaches hulls to flex / teaches hearts to bail water with bare hands. You laugh softly, salt air filling lungs. High above, Orion still poses, unfazed by flood or festival. Behind you, village musicians shift to lullaby tempo. Families drift home. The dog settles at your feet, sighs. Tomorrow you'll ferry a philosophical treatise to Rhodes, then rejoin the courier for the next breadcrumb. But tonight, waves lap basalt and sink with bronze heartbeat, and you let eyelids close, trusting currents to cradle every shell, yours included, until dawn demands the next stanza. Tonight we're leaving the lantern-lit piers of Carpathos behind, cutting eastward toward Rhodes on a sea so clear the constellations use it as a second mirror. You steer the magistrate's barrow boat, a lean pentaconter that creaks like an elder with stories she's half done telling, because her nephew's philosophic scroll needs delivering before the next lunar symposium. The dog still snores aboard, sprawled across 3 burlap sacks of fig pulp. The bronze shell hums at your hip, quieter now, almost contemplative after the festival's shell ballet. The moon snuffs its own candle just before dawn, surrendering the sky to a gray wash. That's when the first oddity surfaces. A turtle shell, standard courier size, floating off starboard, bobbing like a cork and blinking dull lilac at the seams. You know better than to ignore a blinking shell. You reef sail, heave to, and fish it aboard with a boat hook. The shell's pins are jammed. The hum feels sick, stuttering. You crack one vent and catch a reek of rotten seaweed mixed with iron. Contaminated ink, you mutter. Scribes sometimes overloaded pigment binding and the bronze reacted. But this odor feels older, stranger. The dog backs away, sneezing. You set the shell on aft deck for a sun check. You'll autopsy it once the horizon stays still. Wind dies mid-morning, leaving your muscles to their daily penance. You row in a gentle slap hiss, starboard, port. The rescued shell keeps rattling. On the 5th stroke, the bronze lid flexes, then pops free with a wet plank groan. Seawater spurts like a gagged laugh, spilling a ragged parchment scroll onto the deck. The moment sunlight hits those soggy fibers, ink flares an electric blue, then vanishes. 2 seconds later, the writing blooms again, darker, like a negative image developing. Another 2 seconds and it's gone. The text blinks, visible, invisible, visible, time to your breathing. The effect is so eerie you half expect the page to crawl away. You pinch a corner carefully. Sea salt crystals shimmer along creases. The scroll is written in 2 inks, a purple that flickers, and a charcoal gray that stays faintly visible regardless of the magic trick. You hustle the dog below and clear a workspace. Mainstream knowledge drop in. Ancient Greek inks typically mix soot or lampblack with gum arabic, easy enough to make waterproof with a dash of vinegar or salt. By late Hellenistic times, scribes were experimenting with sympathetic formulations, iron gall solutions that appear only when heated. But this purple blink business? Skeptics lump it into travelers' tales about crab blood pigments and octopus tears. No proven sample has ever turned up in a controlled dig. You draw a leather-wrapped stylus from your kit, dab the scroll's edge. Immediately the purple recedes, almost like it's afraid of contact. A salty suspicion swells. The ink might react to ambient salinity. You tear off a thread from the sail, wet it with fresh water, dab another line. The script holds steady. Dip the thread in seawater, dab again, letters vanish. Douse with fresh, letters return. Voila! Poseidon's salty ink. An ink that retreats from brine and reappears in pure water. Obscure fact check. A 2nd century BCE Egyptian papyrus references luminous tinctures that shun thalassa. But most papyrologists dismiss it as a metaphor for unfaithful lovers. You secure the scroll in a dry reed case, label it baffling, and row on. By late afternoon, Rhodes' limestone cliffs glint ahead. Colossal harbor statues are long gone, toppled by earthquakes centuries before, yet travelers still swear they glimpse ghost ankles straddling the channel at dusk. You chance half believing them. If disappearing ink exists, why not phantom bronze giants? Rhodes Customs insists on boarding inspection. 2 hawk-nosed officials clamber up, eye your cargo. One spots the reed case and demands documentation. You hand over the magistrate's nephew's treatise and blame all other paperwork on Hermes. They shrug. Hermes outranks bureaucracy. They leave you a green chalk mark on the gunnel, temporary tax exemption, and hop back to their skiff. Dockside bustle smells of resin-varnished hulls and sheep cheese. You lug the philosophic scroll to the nephew's apartment, 3rd floor over an Amphir Cooper's guild, only to find him staging a debate with 2 other cloak-wrapped idealists about whether forms precede matter or just borrow it on weekends. He takes delivery, pays in newly minted dolphin drachmas, which you stash for repairs. He offers dinner, but the bronze shell starts humming an urgent triple meter, so you decline. Back on the quay, sailors sling nets, priests fling prayers, and vendors flog sesame honey cakes shaped like mini rhomboids of Euclid's elements. Intellectual snacking. You trade 2 drachmas for 1 and feed the dog crumbs. Then you take the baffling scroll, still flickering under sunrise-slanted light, to the Stoic library across the plaza, the island's best chance at scientific curiosity. Chief Librarian Theano greets you in indigo robes as crisp as unrolled papyrus. When she sees the scroll shift between purple and nothing, she widens her normally narrow eyes. Under a skylight she dangles the parchment above alternating basins of sea and fountain water. The letters flicker obediently. Scholars gather like bees, each volleying theories. One claims it's a tin oxide pigment reacting electrochemically. Another cites a lost treatise of Archimedes on mercurial dyes. Theano dispatches an apprentice for charcoal braziers, determined to test heat effects. Within minutes, the library smells of roasted walnuts and wet parchment. The mainstream lesson arrives in a low murmur. Historians credit Rhodes' libraries for inventing the earliest chemical treatises. Yet evidence is scattered, most scrolls lost to damp or conquest. This new scroll could tilt scales, but there's debate already. Does disappearing ink prove chemical mastery, or mere parlor trick? Theano takes notes for tomorrow's public disputation. Rival philosophers will come armed with vinegar vats and salted fish to replicate results. While they prep, you tiptoe to an alcove where maritime maps slumber. You need a route back north to rejoin the courier. You find a late classical periplus annotated in crimson. Currents, reefs, rumored sea monster haunts. In the margin, someone scribbled a turtle shell glyph next to a cove off Naziros, marking, ink wellspring, interesting, dog tugs your hem, fidgety. The bronze shell hum leaps an octave. New message. You step outside, tilt it. Whisper flickers. Carrier compromised. Poseidon inks fading faster. Rendezvous at Naziro's fissure before second moonrise. So the flicker scroll is urgent cargo. You jog back, tell Theano. She nods, biting lip. Take it. Knowledge not yet safe here. Too many rival guilds. She seals the scroll in waxed linen, presses stoic signet. A coiled serpent swallowing its tail. Learning never ends. You secure provisions, dried apricots, goat jerky, a waterskin of pomegranate wine, and rent a nimble skiff named Cloud Logic from a dockside gambler willing to trade on future odds. By twilight, you and dog glide southwest under Orion's belt, bronze shell pulsing lamplight on deck, scroll in waterproof case strapped to mast. Wind freshens behind. Stars guide though clouds smudge horizon. By midnight, Naziro's silhouette rises. Conical volcano haloed in blue fumes from thermal vents. You nose into a half-hidden inlet where lava cliffs overhang water that steams like a pot of mountain stew. The shell hum drops to baritone. You're close. A faint lantern flickers atop basalt ledge. Climb path, slick serpentine with dog leading, nose-twitching sulfur. At summit, a yawning fissure exhales warm breath smelling of eggs and ancient sea. Standing at edge, huddled in wool cloak, is the courier, copper wire spools slung like bandoliers. She grins. I've got the solder upgrade, she says. You've got the riddle scroll? You hand over case. She whistles as letters vanish and reappear. Poseidon's autograph. You descend into fissure via carved stairs. Below lies an abandoned bathhouse, its pools fed by hot springs. Steam clouds swirl. At center, bas-relief of a trident looms. You dig shoreline clay, shape a shallow tray, line with volcanic sand, makeshift lab. The courier unwinds copper wire, forms loop, heats over vent. She applies it to shell seam, merging beeswax buffer with copper braze. Third reinforcement. The shell emits pure F-sharp in gratitude. Now, to store scroll safely, you empty a mineral spring basin, letting volcanic gas bubble through salt water. Dip scroll, letters vanish. Then slide it into shell's inner chamber. Engage pins. A moment later, purple letters flare on shell carapace. But when saline steam condenses, they fade again. Shell now functions as its own climate-controlled display. Brilliant. Scholarly dispute piece. Does this prove ancients mastered reversible redox inks? Courier shrugs. Historians will duel footnotes. She adjusts copper brace, then pulls from satchel a fresh bronze disc etched with tortoise symbol. Hermes seal upgrade. She clicks it over pins. Now shell hum modulates only when it wants secure. Exhaustion settles. You courier dog stretch on warm limestone. Overhead, caldera walls reflect an eerie turquoise from geothermal glow. Courier's voice low. There's a rumor Archimedes designed heat-proof inks for secret naval orders, meant to disappear in salt spray. But modern chemists say no compound both fades in brine and revives in sweet water without permanent damage. They're about to eat their sandals. You share apricots trade stories. She recounts copper brokers in Delos claiming they can craft rust-proof fleets, if Hermes funds them. You tell of bride shells, of capsizing love, of statue drawers in Chersonesos. Steam surrounds you, a blanket of whispered ions. When eyelids droop, shell hum shifts into lullaby, echoing through fissure like distant surf. Dog circles twice, sleeps between packs. You and courier follow, minds buoyed by volcanic warmth. Night bleeds into pre-dawn silver. Somewhere far, Poseidon stirs currents, maybe proud of his salty autograph. Somewhere in Rhodes, philosophers heat fish brine, convinced they'll crack ink's secret by breakfast. And somewhere, wind-thieves chart new mischiefs, unaware their stolen scroll would dissolve in first squall. But here, in a volcanic cradle, you drift deeper, clutching copper-braced shell that carries text both present and hidden. Proof that messages, like love, don't fear drowning. They just learn to breathe different water. Sulfur-scented dawn seeps across the Naziro's caldera, tinting the steam above your impromptu hot spring workshop a shy coral pink. You sit on a warm basalt ledge, legs dangling over water that gurgles like a cauldron rehearsing lullabies, and watch the courier coax the shell through its first copper-reinforced stretches. Each pin moves silently now. No rattles, no betrayed Morse. Just the slow, satisfied thrum of a heart that survived open quarry surgery. Even the dog seems impressed, wagging once before nose diving into a heap of abandoned burlap to continue its volcanic spa nap. You and the courier need to move. The rendezvous captain from Rhodes, her pentaconter cloud logic, left a single-masted skiff here last night, moored to a stalactite hook on the inner cliffs. It's small, quick, and painted storm gray to hide in whitecaps. Next waypoint, the coast of Miletus, where an antiquities broker nicknamed Gate Dog Diocles supposedly hoards fragments of Hermes' poem cycle and trades them for tablet bits containing experimental wind map stanzas. You're skeptical of brokers who assign themselves intimidating kennel titles, but the shell vibrates when the courier mutters Diocles' name. So fate again drafts your itinerary. The climb out of the fissure is treacherous in pre-dawn half-light. Each basalt step sweats geothermal damp. Each echo snaps like flint. At a shoulder-wide gap you pause, leaning on a vine of sintered calcium that crunches like sugar glass. From up here the Aegean glints blue nickel between black lava teeth. You inhale. The air went from bathhouse humidity to crisp mountain herbs in one stride. Second breath. You taste thyme, sage, and the faint cider tang of fermenting figs from terraces miles downslope. Third breath. Trouble. The copper seam on your shell warms against ribs, warning something's about to misbehave. You crest the rim and sight the skiff. It bobs obediently in a cove ringed with cliffs that look gnawed by cosmic vermin. The courier scans the horizon. No sails. Good. Then you spot them, thin smoky columns on the northern horizon. Not ship smoke. More like brush fires set as signals. 3 plumes. The shell's pins flick an anxious triplet. That means wind-thieves broadcasting. You both scramble. Canvas unfurls, oars slap, and soon vented downdrafts smack cheeks. As the skiff noses into the open channel, you tighten your borrowed copper sail clips. Brand new gizmos that promise to hold canvas even if Boreas tries to unzip the sky. The courier threads a fine copper wire from masthead to tiller, an impromptu lightning path because Naziro's static charge can turn midday clouds into sparring gods. Mid-channel swells rock you higher than monastery bell towers. The dog braces like a salty sphinx, paws wide, tail ruddering. A mile out, the 3 smoke signals coalesce into a single ash pillar. Someone's gathering raiding crews faster than ants to sugar. You set course northeast, banking on speed more than stealth, because copper-wired shells are heavy and your hull is shallow. As the island dots string past, Telos a sleepy blur, Hawkey a sandstone sandcastle, you exchange notes with the courier. She unrolls a copper-laminated papyrus she bartered in Delos. A half-line of verse describing love letters sung by iron rain. Scholar gossip says it predates the official Homeric hymns by 50 years, but the carbon date fights with the dialect, Attic vowels against Ionic grammar. Academics still swarm over it, each camp sharpening pens, but consensus remains a phantom. You think Hermes would cackle at that. The sun climbs. A pod of dolphins surfaces, pacing the skiff. Once they'd have spelled danger. Remember the cuttlefish bone fiasco. But today they merely scout, arching silver backs that glimmer like moving ellipses in fresh ink. The courier grins, escort service. You grin back, grateful for any benevolent witness. By early afternoon, the marble cliffs of Didyma shimmer to starboard. Twin Temple country. According to mainstream sources, sailors once stopped here to bribe the oracle with goat fat before risking the Miletus shoals. Obscure footnote. One fragmentary logbook records a captain who offered sesame honeycakes instead, only to find every brass nail on his ship corroded overnight. Metallurgists argue seawater's to blame, theologians point at goat fat snub. Debate flares in every symposium cycle, chemical versus karmic revenge. You give Didyma a respectful beam-reach berth, then angle into the narrow Milesian sound by dusk. Long-shadowed breakwaters guard the harbor, each stone block carved with stylized turtles. Councils wink to Hermes' network. On the quay, commerce rattles into evening tempo. Furnace beats from bronze foundries, donkey brays, crier hawks sea sage elixir. But there's one extra note. A rolling metallic rasp you can't place. Like stone dragged across harp strings. The courier stiffens. Gate dog's warning bell, she whispers. Sure enough, Diocles waits outside his warehouse. A squat building whose roof beams sport carved canine heads. He wears leather bracers and iron ankle weights. Legend says he fought in the East and never got over the habit of martial accessories. As you tie off, he clamps a chain loop collar around a mastiff the size of a rowboat, then waddles over. Close up, he smells of cedar shavings and fennel seeds. Nice surprise. He greets with a nod low enough to qualify as grudging respect. Inside, the warehouse is surprisingly tidy. Racks of bamboo cases, each labeled in a triangular tally mark cipher. Bronze elbow lamps light aisles. No dust. Diocles values cleanliness, maybe to keep scroll mold at bay. He gestures you to a workbench where a single fragment of an electrum plate waits under velvet. He lifts the cloth. You stare. There's Hermes' winged tortoise seal etched right at the edge, but the lines falter halfway, as though a distracted scribe lifted stylus midstroke. Diocles growls. My collectors claim the missing half sings in Delian notes. Others say wind-thieves melted it into mirror silver. He wants trade, your Poseidon ink scroll for his electrum fragment. Courier presses. We need proof it's part of same plate set. He shrugs and reveals an obscure nugget. Under ultraviolet oyster pearl lamp, the micro-etchings on every legitimate Hermes tablet align along a golden ratio spiral when laid on a star map. Scholars at Alexandria swear by it. Opponents call it New Age nonsense. Diocles offers the lamp. You test. The courier dims lamps. Diocles ignites the oyster pearl wick. Under violet glow, faint spiral glimmers across the fragment. The pattern picks up on your copper-reinforced shell too, lines matching curve for curve. That's authentication enough for now. You trade. Diocles carefully places Poseidon's scroll into beeswax jar, muttering something about ink that pays rent in secrets. Then locks jar in a cage suspended by counterweight. Only his mastiff's paw can lower it. Dramatic but effective. You exit warehouse lighter in scroll count, heavier by electrum. Stars pour milk across the black-blue harbor. It's late, but Greek nights seldom waste good arguments. The courier hails a ramshackle inn called the Pythia's Paws, cheap straw pallets, vine-etched pottery ale, and rumor pale lanterns. She orders chickpea stew. You order the same, adding fish roe because rowing empties bones. While waiting, you pry the electrum shard from its wrapper. Under soft lamp, fresh glyphs appear. A mention of iron rainfall, again, plus a line referencing a singing weight that measures longing. Mainstream astronomers might interpret singing weight as a reference to a clepsydra float, but you recall an obscure device, the Pythagorean monochord weight hung at 1/2 length, used to map ratios that translate cosmic harmony into audible notes. Historians still feud over whether such symbolism belonged to philosophical metaphysics or real measurement tech. Tonight the shard flickers as if eager to weigh its own loneliness. Over stew, the courier shares intel. Earlier in Delos, copper brokers had boasted of a new sponsor bankrolling mirror thieves. A shadow shipyard in Mindo's churning fast cutters. If true, Hermes' network must preempt. Step 1. Decode iron rainfall line. Possibly refers to a 4th century BCE meteor shower recorded near Mysia that provided rare nickel iron or used for forging star meteoric pins. Ultrasensitive to magnetic disturbances. If thieves plan to forge magnets to snoop shell hums, the network needs countermagnets. The courier sketches supply routes. You feel adventure heating again. As you consult, a trio of philosophers from the Nephew Symposium enter, still arguing matter versus forms. One hears the phrase meteoric pins and barges over, launching into lecture about Anaxagoras' theory of celestial stones. You humor him, free information, and glean that a crate of meteor slag recently arrived at Miletus foundry, destined for decorative dagger hilts. Good cross-reference. By midnight, in shutters rattle, wind picks up. The dog growls low, polite. Outside, footsteps. You peek. A lanky youth chalking shell glyphs onto warehouse doors. Harmless graffiti? No, each chalk mark points to roofline perch, mapping approach angles. You two slip into alley. The chalker doesn't hear until courier taps dagger on cobble. He darts, courier tackles, training shows. Chalk pouch spills. Inside, iron filings dust. Under torch they shimmer, magnetic tracer for shell signatures. Confirmation. Thieves plan to sniff meteor quick pins. You let chalker flee after confiscating pouch. Message delivered. You return to inn, pour iron filings into clay jug of honey brown ale. Disabling but tasty burial. Dawn finds you prepping for run upriver to the meteor ore foundry. Electrum shard tucked into copper pocket of shell. Dog fed. Sails patched with leftover copper clips. Before leaving, you scribble quick note to gate dog Diocles, alerting him. He'll reinforce mastiff patrols. Expect extra growling. Historians may later misinterpret increased canine population as demographic curiosity. Footnotes will struggle. You cast off at first pier light. Harbor quiet. Shell hums pulsing hope. Copper seem cool against side. Repairs holding. The courier ties sky blue ribbon, gift from Carpathos bride, around mast, saying, for luck and fewer capsized romances. Wind fills. Skiff glides into dawn that smells of mint and hammered ore. Behind, Miletus slips away, already rewriting its merchant gossip to include a meteoric dagger craze. Ahead, river mouth yawns between reed lines whispering, iron rain, iron rain. The electrum shard in your pocket warms as if homesick for starlight. You breathe deep. Another stanza begins. This time under a sky where messages float not just on tides but on gravity's ember-cold remnants of cosmic stone. Hermes would approve. You set course upriver, trusting the shell's hum to find the next line. The dog's nose to catch the next ambush, and the scholar debates to keep quills sharp, because the story, like iron raining from heaven, shows no sign of cooling yet. The skiff noses into the estuary at first light, river breath curling over the gunwale in tendrils that smell of moss and wet iron. You stand barefoot on the deck plank, letting silt-cooled water lick your toes while the mast ribbon flutters in pale wind. Reeds flank the mouth like rows of lean green bishops, their tassels bowing as you pass. Each pulse of the bronze shell against your hip is steadier now, retuned by the copper brace and comforted by the electrum shard you slid into its interior tray last night. It thrums almost lazily, as though ready for a new melody. Another stanza in Hermes' ever-spooling covert correspondence. Ahead, riverbanks widen into salt-rimmed flats where black-winged stilts pick at breakfast. The courier trims sail to a shy sliver, The dog claims the bow like figurehead, nose sampling odors that drift from upriver smelter fires. Bone-dry charcoal, a whiff of melted tin, a tang of nickel that could cut parchment. By mid-morning the current thickens with metallic silt. Oars dip into water flecked with glittery specks. Cosmic dust from ancestral meteorites ground to powder in upstream mortars. Each stroke paints lazy crescents that sparkle under sunlight. A bend reveals the town of Letheos, anvil capital of the region, crouched along opposite banks like two halves of a broken shield. Rooflines bristle with chimneys that exhale intermittent flame. Every street clinks, clangs, or whirs. You guide the skiff toward a rickety pier posted with painted runes, the local guild mark for temporary docking, pay in coin or theory. The moment the hull bumps, a lanky boy appears, one hand out for rope, the other flipping a copper drachma over knuckles. He squints at your rig, notes the copper clips, the shell sling, and nods in grudging respect. Messages and metal both earn currency here. Streets clamor with hammer cadence that settles into your pulse. Shopfronts sport fanciful overshoot. Shields that ripple like pond water, daggers patterned in meteor shard mosaics, even a set of nesting cups calibrated to sing when tapped in sequence. You might linger, but the shell's hum nudges ribs. Business first. The courier angles you toward the central foundry square, dominated by a stone tower ringed in forged rings. An open-air furnace stack, its top crowned with iron weather vanes shaped like quills. Every pronounced gust spins the quills. A heavy clapper inside tolls a bass note that keeps smiths in sync. At ground level 2 copper doors yaw open, burping heat onto cobbles hot enough to roast chickpeas in their husks. A foreman with arms like temple columns wipes sweat with a rag the size of a sail. He clocks the shell instantly, motions you through. Within, crucible glow paints faces devil red. Rows of trip hammer shafts stomp rhythm. Sparks snow across brickwork. On a sandstone table lies the meteor slag you heard about. Nuggets dark as midnight but shot through with silver galaxies. The courier unspools her copper wire, splicing in 2 short rods of pure nickel. The foreman studies alignment. These rods will turn into the new pins for Hermes countermagnet scheme. Your part requires fanning bellows while the courier melts flux pellets, tree sap resin mixed with powdered oyster shell, creating a solder bath that coats nickel before it slips into the meteor melt. Minutes stretch as you pump bellows, each exhale spraying sparks like birth stars. A scribe perched on barrel records temperatures on a wax tablet, muttering about how meteor iron has melting points that shame terrestrial or other smiths eavesdrop, offering wagers. One insists these skystones owe hardness to divine chill. Another claims they're just regular iron with extra peppering of nickel, nothing mystical at all. Their argument spills into footnotes scrawled on furnace brick with chalk. Next generation will scrape them off, leaving historians to guess if an 9% scribble is science or graffiti. At white-orange glow, foreman nods. The courier dips a crucible ladle, pours liquid starlight into a mold shaped like thin reeds. Hiss, spit, cool. The nickel meteoric alloy is ready. She drives 1 rod into the shell's vacant auxiliary slot, taps until the pin seats flush. It releases a resonant tone so pure even the trip hammers pause, singing weight that measures longing indeed. The bronze shell recalibrates with a tremor you feel down your humerus. At first it pulses double time, adjusting. Then silence, deep, loaded. Foreman and smiths recoil, half expecting explosion. Instead a single chord rises, not from shell but from every suspended quill on the furnace tower. A high harmonic that oscillates twice, then settles. The courier smiles. Countermagnet online. The smiths break into applause that clangs like dropped anvils. Civilian ears might not grasp what just happened, but you know. The new pin sings in sympathetic resonance with the quills, effectively masking the shell's readable frequency under a public canopy of similar notes. Mirror thieves' magnet sniffers will drown in false positives. Outside, apprentices ring the guild bell thrice to mark a birth. The courier thanks foreman with a fistful of dolphin drachmas, plus the meteor ink chalk you confiscated, raw data for his scribbles. The foreman swears to file test results, though historians will later complain the parchment records got spattered with flux and now read like oracle riddles. You leave the furnace square into cooler alleys smelling of vine leaves and chalk dust. The dog greedily laps water from a trough, then shakes droplets onto your leggings like a sloppy blessing. New objective. Secure a stargazer's chart. Hermes verse spiral requires star waypoints for full decryption. The city's astronomer collegium convenes on a terraced roof midday. Tutors map planetary tracks onto linen awnings and sell copies to navigators. En route you pass a public portico where teenage wrestlers oil up in hopes of sponsorship. One lad has scratched the shell emblem onto his thigh in charcoal. He claims courier mail always arrives during the final round and he wants good omens. Local mendicant philosopher scoffs, citing that in Stoic cosmology fate is impartial to doodles. The youngster retorts that Stoics still grease themselves, ergo fate likes oil. Academic stalemate. Climbing whitewashed steps to the collegium, you inhale wind spiced with fennel fields outside town. Astronomers garbed in faded indigo lounge under cypress poles, their quadrants glinting. You present a copperclip sample as conversation starter. Ask for a star map aligned with impending meteor shower's trajectory. Senior stargazer adjusts brass hinge spectacles, squints at copperclip, and offers trade. He wants meteor slag dust for experiment on auroras. Another obscure tidbit surfaces. Ancient Chinese sky observers used south-pointing spoons carved from lodestone to sense magnetic declination. The stargazer claims he's building one to prove Greeks prefigured that compass. Most of his peers dismiss his thesis. They've wagered a summer's wine harvest on the spoon-spinning West instead. Debate rages so often they built a dedicated bar tab ledger for fines each time someone shouts. You part with a pinch of slag dust, foreman gifted hush token, and receive a meticulous star parchment inked in saffron dye. It charts the Iron Rain meteor path, plus identifies 3 nights when the radian aligns with the Hermes verse spiral's golden ratio pivot. Perfect. Back at the skiff, you plan route. Sail east under cover of meteor storm. Any magnet scanners will scramble during celestial static. Destination is a cove wedged between Latmus hills, where the courier network's archival vault purportedly sleeps. A cave shipwreck salvage couldn't reach, opening only when moonlight threads 2 stalactites. The courier tallies supplies. Dog tests deck integrity with a satisfying flop. As you cast off, a guild messenger dashes to pier shouting. Scholars from Pergamon just arrived with prototype reverse siren horns, vessels that emit silence zones to hush magnet hum. They want to buy blueprint of your nickel pin. Courier waves apology. Knowledge must flow, but not dilute. The messenger stamps foot. History scholars will later cite this as proof courier ethics conflicted with intellectual property culture. Another footnote for symposium brawls. River current slides you seaward by late afternoon. Overhead, the blue bruises into bruise purple. The iron rain's herald streaks faint silver. First meteors wink bright, hissing when vaporizing, like iron filings tossed on forge. The shell sinks, whispering new verse. When planets burn through paper skies, /letters skip across cosmic fretboards, /find me where minerals dream of water. You tuck star map next to electrum shard. Lines overlap exactly on one junction, Latmus Cove. Good. Wind cooperates, filling sail full-bellied. You tie copper clips like constellation nodes across seam for extra stealth. Night deepens. Meteors multiply, orchard of falling sparks. Each flash silhouettes Dodecanese islets like dragon teeth. Salt spray mists face cool and electric. Dog slumbers despite fireworks. Courier hums under breath, matching cadence of shell. Your own heart keeps percussion. Halfway to Latmus, a silhouette breaks dark. Unlit trireme, riding meteor glow, prow sculpted like hollow mirror dish. You kill lantern instantly. Sail size. The mirror dish tilts scanning sky. Every meteor reflection floods deck in ghost light. Mirror thieves adapted, using stellar static to hide. Clever. You and courier drop mast, drift using tide. Shell hum inaudible at this range, magnet masked, but thieves might still sniff wake turbulence. You notice meteor dust glowing faint on water. Each ripple sparkles. Idea flickers. Scatter meteor slag dust from pouch overboard. Trireme wake will glow, making them visible. You grind slag dust against or shaft sprinkle behind. Milky luminescence trails wake, tracers visible even to half-blind sailors. Mirror ship keeps scanning oblivious, but its path lights like snail slime. Thieves soon realize they kill oars, but momentum carries trace. They attempt to luff sail. Wind gust spins dish, hurling errant flash that blinds steersmen. Their hull veers, collides with basalt shoal. Crunch echoes. You row quietly away. Scholars will downplay courier improvisation, citing favorable currents. But diaries know. Approaching Latmus coastline, moon slides behind ridge, leaving meteor rain as only beacon. You navigate by star map, aligning nickel pin with radiance axis. At precise coordinate a narrow cove yawns, a gash of still black under limestone ramparts. You glide in, stalactite curtain frowns overhead. Inside, water placid as burnt sugar. A ray of meteor light slips through roof crack, threads twin stalactites. Just enough. Step ashore on pebble carpet. Cave air chilly, smells of wet slate. Shell thrums guide. You follow deeper until limestone hull widens. Torchfly beetles cling to stalagmites, glowing turquoise, free lanterns. In the shimmer you see them. Bronze racks holding dozens of turtle shells, each cradled in stone butterfly stands, the prototypes that weighed your cutter. Some stands missing wings, some shells scarred. But the hush here feels respect, like library stacks. Courier approaches central podium where a single ivory cylinder rests. She lifts lid. Inside, a rolled silver foil transcript of Hermes' poem in miniature. Final stanza, perhaps? She unrolls, reveals two halves severed, gap matches your electrum shard. You fit it. Lines unite, spiral complete. Words glisten. Love, etched in echoes, travels farther than feet. Even iron rain melts to water at your shore. Shell hum absorbs verse, sings harmonic that sets entire rack array vibrating like wind chimes. Pebbles dance. Dog whines at pitch but settles. Something else sings back. Deep rumble of stone. A panel slides open behind rack, revealing a carved conduit. Marble ramp milled smooth, descending. Shell hum dims to beacon level. You descend ramp, courier at side. Chamber below holds marble basin filled with water so clear it might be illusion. At center floats a single meteor iron sphere, tethered by bronze thread to ceiling aperture open to sky. Meteors still falling outside reflect in sphere, sparks swirling on surface. Float weightless, a singing weight that measures longing, literal monochord pendulum. Courier lowers the shell onto basin's rim. Sphere's thread transmits vibration. Shell hum merges. Water ripples forming concentric letters that read for a heartbeat, then vanish. Ancient projector. Messages displayed in ripples. Viewable only when meteors strike angle providing starlight. Historians have argued rumors of water text mirrors for ages, lacking proof. Now proof laps at your boots. Shell completes verse, basin goes still. Sphere dims. You realize Hermes designed failsafe. Only once spiral verse reassembled and sung in cosmic resonance does basin allow reading. Couriers across centuries acted as phonograph needles, each carbon copy a groove in cosmic vinyl. At last, recording ends. You scoop cup of basin water, sip. Tastes metallic yet sweet, as if meteor iron gave bloodline to spring. Courier does same. She whispers, so that's the flavor of stories. You nod, cheeks warm. Above, dawn wrinkles meteor rain into memory. You bundle complete poem, electrum, and silver foil into waterproof satchel. Cave closes panel behind, resetting for next epoch. Outside, silver fringe paints eastern horizon. Mirror thieves, if afloat, will blame currents, slag dust, or unlucky stars. Scholars will blame incomplete data. Lovers will keep sending shells. Confident currents still carry vows. And you? You shoulder copper-reinforced heirloom. Step aboard skiff with courier and dog. Sail out of hidden cove just as first gull screams for breakfast. Somewhere across Aegean rooftops, wind chimes tinkle at key of F-sharp. Unaware they mask world's rarest code. Somewhere scribes argue gold ratio spirals. And somewhere, Maybe on Olympus, Hermes reclines, sipping stolen meteor wine, smiling that his love notes finally sang through iron rain. Morning sunlight pours across the Aegean in broad brass ribbons, beating last night's meteor ghosts into soft focus memories. You ride those molten stripes north-northwest, the skiff's fresh-oiled hull slicing calmer swells with the purr of a cat whose curiosity has, against all odds, been rewarded. The dog sprawls in the warm lee of the mast, paws splayed, each rise and fall of its ribs timed to the gentler cadence of your copper-reinforced shell. The courier sits aft, carving new tally notches into the tiller, one for the meteoric pin upgrade, one for the basin's cosmic projector, one for whatever waits next. When she finishes the 6th mark, she flips her dagger, taps the wood and says, 2 left before the poem's journey matches the Odyssey's route count. We should end on a prime number. It sounds like a joke, yet the shell emits a low agreeing chord, so you pencil an 8th notch preemptively just in case destiny enjoys round figures. You're bound for Corinth, where a fleet of grain triremes waits to escort a Panhellenic supply convoy towards struggling Alexandria. The escort's commodore owes the courier a favor. She once smuggled his adolescent love letters and hollowed figs during an embargo, and he's willing to stow you, the shell, and the completed spiral verse in a protected chart room for the last open water stretch. That, at least, is the rumor. Rumors, you remind yourself, travel swifter than bronze but turn sharp corners like broken oars. Still, the shell's hum steps up half a tone every time the courier mouths Corinth, and you trust its inner compass more than any marble lighthouse. Wind remains kind until mid-afternoon, when it flirts with mischief. Whitecaps flash like thrown dice off the starboard beam and a metallic tang enters the air, equal parts salt and static. The sky here likes to brew summer squalls that vanish before they fulfill their threats, but you've learned not to ignore opening gambits. You trim the sail, lash the electrum satchel twice, and stow the dog below for safety. It sulks but obeys. That precaution proves wise 10 minutes later when Boreas, or perhaps one of his lesser-known cousins looking to make a name, switches games. A gust snaps the masthead ribbon horizontal. Sheets thunder. The skiff heels hard enough that deck nails complain with snapped harp twangs. Rain arrives sideways, needles of silver threading your cloak until fabric hangs heavy as lead. You reef canvas to palmspan, but even that sliver yanks rigging taut. The courier wrestles the tiller, muttering the sort of half-prayer, half-insult sailors use when gods are clearly listening yet refusing to help with trim. Lightning forks across a sky now bruised the color of old figs. In the flash you spot 2 dark hulls on parallel bearings, high freeboard merchantmen running under bare poles. Their wake foams grimy gray. Both are too large, too slow to avoid a broadsiding gale. You recognize Roman grain carriers by their boxy aft houses, Alexandrian relief fleet stragglers. If they roll any further, Amphory will break ribs, sailors will earn watery epitaphs, and Egypt will miss another shipment of barley. The shell hums alarm, then modulates into a cadence that feels like instructions. 3 pulses, pause, 2 pulses. You've heard that pattern before during the festival shell chaos. A maritime Morse for shift ballast, hoist storm trysail. Without hesitation, you jibe across the wind's screaming lip toward the lumbering giants. The courier locks the tiller, digs in the locker for your emergency mast top. An oiled hemp tail rigged with a bronze grommet. You knot it into the rigging, voila, a flashing trysail surrogate. You can't stabilize those galleys directly, but you can act as swift messenger. You slash across their bow, waving a sailcloth panel painted with storm instructions in red lead. A lookout, wide-eyed in swirling spray, yells below decks. Moments later, a half-dozen Calabrian deckhands scurry to shift stone counterweights portside. Another team hauls a cocooned storm trysail up the mizzen. Within minutes, the grainer's roll dampens. The second vessel copies. You and courier salute jaunty with boat hooks, then spin away downstream of their lee. You've lost a sliver of travel time but perhaps gained 300 drought-worried stomachs. Academic circles will one day footnote anonymous courier who signaled the trysail rescue. You're content with the dog's approving bark vibrating through deck planks. The squall, disappointed in your choreography, tires quickly. By dusk, Clouds snap open, dropping a molten gold sunset so dramatic even stoic philosophers would sigh into their cloaks. Wind falls to a playful sigh. The courier splints the thirsty sailcloth to full height, and by starlight you ghost north toward the narrowing waist of the Corinthian Gulf. You drop anchor near Aegina for a night's rest, lured by the silhouette of a ruin perched on a bluff, an abandoned stone observatory whose collapsed dome still frames Polaris like a broken crown. Clambering up the goat track, you find the interior roofless, floor mosaics thick with nettle. At center stands a bronze tripod cauldron streaked green, its rim inscribed with tiny letters so worn you have to kneel with the shell's glow to read. They quote a lost treatise of Eudoxus. Let the heavens be measured not in distance but in music. Every orbit plucks a string. Mainstream textbook lines mention Eudoxus's concentric spheres, yes, but rarely this lyrical margin. Scholars love debating whether he meant literal harmonics or metaphorical ordering. You whisper the phrase into the shell. It hums a soft chord that reverberates through floor tiles. Even dog ears perk. Inside a niche you discover a corroded hand-sized cog, teeth filed to unequal lengths. Could be broken clock junk? Or a shard of early gearwork similar to the Antikythera mechanism. You wrap it in sailcloth. Archaeologists will duel to stake claims and descend to the skiff. Dawn sluices peach light over Saronic waters as you approach the Dialco's staging beach west of Isthmia. The Dialco's, that stone slipway where thousands of slaves once dragged triremes on greased timbers across the narrow land bridge, looks at first glance deserted. Yet fresh grooves in the ancient pavement say otherwise. A crew of burly canal laborers idle about dice-pitted tables, waiting for paying hulls. You row toward the foreman, brandish the courier's seal. His eyebrows leap. They roll your skiff, mast and all, onto a sled and begin the groaning haul uphill. While timbers screech, you stroll alongside, counting weathered hull ruts intersecting like a crazy lattice of eroded veins. Obscure fact: stonecutters embedded copper dowels into the grooves centuries ago to reduce friction, turning Dialcos into a primitive rail system. Modern metallurgists bicker whether the dowels significantly lower drag or simply corroded into slippery verdigris. You can feel small metallic bumps under sandals, verdict still out. Mid-trek, the shell hum jumps into frantic crescendo. Ahead, a long-roofed staging barn appears, guards posted. Something's rotten. You sprint uphill. Inside, Corinthian soldiers question 3 crewmen from the grain fleet. On a side bench, a cargo chest sits cracked open, spilling meteor iron pins identical to your new upgrade, plus mirror-coated discs. The lead soldier pokes one disc with a stylus. "Explain," he snaps. The sailor stammers about salvage rights. The chest fell overboard near Mindo's, they hauled it up, recognized value. The soldier unsatisfied. The courier arrives, breathless, and shows her copper wire courier credential. A small turtle seal strung on meteor nickel. The officer, startled, demands explanation. You weigh risk. If those discs reach thieves, they could calibrate to new magnet frequencies. You step forward, speak slow. Those discs mirror celestial static. Improper handling. You point at the stylus. Could blind a man or scramble harbor semaphores. Half-truth. Mirror static is dangerous enough to justify confiscation. Soldiers gawp. The officer barks at crew to stand clear. You volunteer to store contraband properly. Courier backs you, citing Hermes' salvage jurisdiction clause, rumored but rarely questioned. The officer, eager to offload responsibility, signs slate voucher and hustles men outside. Within minutes, mirror chest rests on your skiff deck, lashed and covered. Disaster averted if you can neutralize discs before thieves sniff them. The courier sketches quick plan. Deliver chest to Corinthian lighthouse where navigators can repurpose reflective alloy into harmless heliography shutters. You'll escort. Downslope haul rolls easier. At canal's western slipway, workers grease runners with pig fat and push your sled onto downhill track. Momentum takes over, plunging skiff like chariot. You leap at the last second into cockpit. Dog follows midair with heroic yelp. You skid into Gulf of Corinth water with satisfying splash. Shell hum resolves to contented low D. Sail northwest along coast. Midday, Acrocorinth fortress looms, stone ramparts etched across mountain like storm-frozen surf. Commodore Amaranthus's grain escort stands anchored below fortress walls. 8 lean pentacounters trimmed in cinnabar stripes. You hail flagship. They recognize courier's ribbon. Boards creak as you climb. An officer guides you past cords of chained amphory into chart room, where the Commodore, a stout man reading a scroll through ruby-rimmed lenses, snaps up with grin. He clasps arms, asks after fig-smuggled letters. His marriage survived. You present electrum poem and salvage chest. His grin fades to focus commander. Quick counsel. Escort leaves at dawn. Storms predicted along Ionian route. Mirror discs stay in lighthouse. Commodore offers your shell safe in armored locker. Silver-plated wood lined with fleece to damp resonance. You comply but keep nickel pin on a wrist thong for quick jaunt. He posts 2 spearbearers outside locker. You hope not to need them. That night, flagship's deck hosts small banquet, lentil stew with dried mint, squid grilled over olive charcoal, and a cask of pomegranate-spiked ricina. Commodore toasts Hermes. To the god who keeps secrets tympanum tight. Musicians strum barbiton. Sailors two-step clumsily. You relax despite looming tasks. Academic requirement of each chapter surfaces. Mainstream knowledge, obscure gem, scholarly duel. Mainstream note given. Dialco's copper rails. Obscure gem? Commodore reveals that his helmsman swears by a star-shaped pumice stone found on Santorini. Dampens deck rattles when wedged under tiller. Scholars dismiss volcanic noise dampers as sailor folklore. Yet trials continue. Debate persists like barnacles. Past midnight you stroll quarterdeck. Stars smear above. Faint aurora flickers, possibly iron rain still ionizing upper air. Nickel pin around wrist vibrates. You realize it resonates with sphere basin memory, syncing cosmic chords. Suddenly, alarm clacks. Bow watch spots 3 fast cutters approaching minus lanterns. Mirror thieves mislabeled as Phocian traders. Commodore scrambles deck. Catapults crank. Archers knock. You hurry to locker, withdraw shell. It hums war mode, pins spinning like gyroscope. You slip copper clips over vents to amplify jamming frequency. Courier rigs spare sailcloth as resonance kite, hoists to mast top. Shells hum channels along line. Kite billows phosphorescent blue, scattering ionized sparks. The visual weather equivalent of a warning roar. Cutters close, but their mirror dishes tilt, reflect ghost aurora arrays then shatter, nickel pin polarity plus cosmic static fracturing brittle silver film. 2 cutters fall back. Third tries to ram but panics at flare burst from copper kite. They peel away into night. Commodore cheers. Sailors call toast. Even dog woofs in triumph. Dawn's first glow brushes Acrocorinth ramparts. Escort weighs anchor. Convoy sails west. You and courier choose to disembark. Mission now routes north toward Delphi for Star Spiral Symposium. Commodore lends a swift skiff row launch. Parting gift, plus barrel of fig preserves. He quotes a line from your poem fragment. Even iron seas melt before constellations. You row away smiling. By midday skiff beaches at Lycaon, Corinth's North Port. A brass paper flyer flaps on tavern door. Announcement of public contest. Build device that measures music of the moon. Reward, golden tetradrachm. Temple of Apollo sponsors. Courier raises eyebrow. That sounds exactly like Hermes versus next clue. You tighten sling strap. The shell hums anticipation. Even as you step into bustling street, academic factions already scuffle near fountain, thrusting prototypes. Water-filled tubes humming lunar tides, bronze coils strung with catgut claiming to translate moonlight into pitch. Debates escalate to vinegar splashes and threats of footnote erasure. You and courier exchange glances, scholar duel. Tick. You grin, new day, new stanza. Somewhere above, a sliver crescent lounges, ready to lend echo. Your copper-pin shell thrums patient chords, waiting for you to weave the next line. The tavern courtyard swells with gadgeteers and would-be philosophers, each hustling some contraption that, they claim, measures the music of the moon. You shoulder through the crowd, copper-pin shell secure beneath your cloak. the dog's tail sweeping amphora dust from flagstones as it weaves between ankles. The courier keeps a pace ahead, scanning tables laid with glass tubes, polished discs, and half-sawn lyres that have had water clocks grafted into their sound boxes. Every object hums, gurgles, or flickers, and every inventor shouts louder than the last to drown the competing clamor. A bony teenager with starved owl eyes waves you over to demonstrate his selenolabe, an armillary sphere dripping with quicksilver that sloshes back and forth to indicate lunar declination. He tilts the frame. Mercury slaps brass, producing a hollow clang. Amplitude proves nocturnal harmony, he insists. You nod politely while the courier checks her copper wire wristlet. Moon still 2 hours from cresting the acrocorinth, meaning you've got that long to unearth the real instrument Hermes hinted at in his verse spiral. To the far side of the square stands an older scholar surrounded by apprentices pumping goatskin bellows into a mouthpiece set into a gigantic clay vase. Each blast forces air through a submerged reed bundle, and the water within resonates. He calls the device a hydraulis, ancestor of every church organ yet to be. Mainstream accounts trace its invention to Ctesibius of Alexandria, but Corinthian manuscripts swear a local potter perfected the pressure valves first. The city's Potters Guild brandishes these scrolls at every symposium. Alexandrian delegates shoot back with dated coinage, depicting their man beside a similar device. The feud has smoldered so long you suspect half the steam powering this hydraulis comes from academic spite. None of these flashy prototypes match the riddle's demands. Hermes' line, build device that measures music of the moon, nestles among references to spirals, iron rain, and a singing weight. You twirl the nickel chain around your wrist, remembering the meteor sphere bobbing in that Latmus cave. A living pendulum, not a hollow drum. The clue probably lies in quiet equilibrium, not carnival noise. Yet you must compete or at least appear to. Festival rules require entrants to sign the roster parchment by sunset. The courier adds your alias, Pythian Tide Counter, to the bottom line. Ink barely dry when an official claps the scroll shut and marches it into the temple archive. You've bought time to explore. The dog tugs your cloak toward the periphery where less boisterous stalls cluster. There, beneath a faded awning, a solitary craftsman polishes a modest bronze bowl. No levers, no waterworks, just a bowl suspended from 3 silk cords. When breeze nudges it, a tone rings pure and sustained, like the rim of a freshly tuned bell. You step closer. Inside the bowl floats a flat stone disc speckled with nickel flecks. Meteor shale, by the look of it, balanced so perfectly that a moth wing would tilt it. The craftsman raises mild eyes, recognizes the courier's turtle seal, and inclines his head. You seek the lunar diapason, he murmurs. It waits for proper ears. He names his instrument the Selenodian moon balancer. Every night, he says, when the moon's elevation changes, microshifts in atmospheric density tug at the silk, causing the bowl to oscillate. The tone thus produced slides fractionally up or down. Measure those slides and you have a musical ledger of lunar ascent. Mainstream astronomers make do with angular degrees. This man listens for quarter tones. He invites you to test. You hook a finger beneath the shell, easing it over the basin. The nickel pin inside vibrates. The meteor disc answers, locking pitch like 2 singers finding harmony. A hush falls around the little booth, swallowing flicks and clacks from the rowdy courtyard. Tone holds, steady as a lighthouse beam. The courier's eyes widen. Hermes' spiral requires an anchoring frequency to align the final coordinates. Here it is. The craftsman lowers the bowl, hands you a slate sliver etched with symbols. Tonight, on the fortress rampart at moonrise, hang this bowl from the brazier hook and let the wind finish the stanza. He smiles without further clarification, either a network initiate or a benign eccentric perfectly placed by fate. You and the courier melt back into the bustle, prize wrapped in goat wool felt. At dusk, temple officials herd contestants into an outer court for device trials. Bells clang, torches sputter to life. You present the Selenodian, now strung beneath a maplewood frame you whipped together from spare or staves. It looks humble beside Mercury armillaries and triple flute hydraulides, but humility suits Hermes. An inspector strikes a flint near your bowl. Spark tings bronze. nickel flecks shimmer. He jots a note but gestures you to the demonstration queue. Perfect. You've met the formal requirement, so nothing blocks your moonlit appointment on the fortress spur. While the festival judges debate craftsmanship, you lead courier and dog through a warren of alleys toward Acrocorinth's sheer ascent. Every stone stair sees centuries of sols. Rain grooves and treads catch moonlight like liquid pewter. Mid-climb you pass a shrine to Perine, the spring nymph whose tears reputedly created Corinth's freshwater fountain. Popular myth claims Pegasus stomped the fountain open. Marble bas-reliefs show both versions. Classicists still wrangle over which legend came first. Did horse inspire nymph or nymph adopt horse? Coins minted under different tyrants offer conflicting iconographies. You duck debate, refill waterskin, and continue. Rampart Gate stands unmanned after festival curfew, though a single torch flickers inside. You slip through shadow, cresting the citadel wall where night air slices with mountain mint. Far below, Saronic Gulf glimmers. Meteor dust still lingers as faint aurora. You find the iron brazier hook exactly where the craftsman promised, hammered into parapet stone beside a weather vane depicting twin tortoises chasing the North Star. The courier threads silk through hook, suspends Selenodian. It spins once, steadies. You unfasten shell, lay it carefully on parapet ledge adjacent. The nickel pin wants alignment, so you swivel bowl fractionally east. Bowl hums. A soft E against previous D microtuning complete. Moon sails clear of southern ridge. 3/4 disk lit as though a goddess forgot to replace her missing quarter. Lunar light bathes bowl. Silk cords tighten hairfine. 10 heartbeats later, note heightens by a breath. The shell replies with second harmonic, D-sharp, hovering between semitones. Courier unfurls star map. Lines of Hermes spiral overlay nodal points. When bowl's rising microtone touches matchpoint with shell's tremor, a faint projection flickers over parapet wall. A narrow ribbon of gold script swirling like smoke, then settling into readable words. In the hush between tide and orbit, lay the key to every unopened letter. Let the moon weigh the silence. The courier traces words. They vanish into stone, leaving only an asterisk-shaped notch. You press lapis signet into notch. A compartment slides open, revealing a scroll tube forged of gilded tin, seams soldered tight. Beside it sits a gear half the size of your palm, teeth matching the corroded cog you salvaged at the old observatory. One male, one female component. Puzzle halves in search of unity. Scroll tube bears etched gecko, a cipher of Diogenes the mechanic, famed for designing surveying instruments. Mainstream studies credit him with dials used to map temple plots. A minority insists he built a lunar clock decades before the well-known Antikythera gearwork. Debate remains bitter. Evidence scant. You just found a smoking gear. Sliding lid free reveals ribbon-thin parchment scrolled to impossible tightness. You coax it out. Ink shimmers silver. It sketches assembly diagrams. 2 gears, one with teeth primed to the other's count, meshing to form a differential that converts lunar altitude into audible pitch, essentially a mechanical Selenodian to outlive silk lines and bronze bowls. At the center of diagram sits a turtle shell casing, pins precisely where yours now reside. Below drawing, a single line. Marry the sky to the sea, and they will carry every word for free. Poetic? Yes, but also engineering Q. Use tidal flows, sea, to wind gear, sky. The courier's grin says tonight's victory belongs to Hermes again. Dog whines, not fear, but warning. Footsteps echo from stairwell. 2 silhouettes crest rampart. Festival contestants who followed your ascent, greedy for secret schematics. One hefts a ring of mercury tubing. The other brandishes bone flute similar to yours but copper-tipped. Magnet fluter, designed to stun shell resonance. Before they blow, you pull nickel pin free, tapping it twice on bowl rim. The shock wave of dissonant overtones ricochets around stone like heavy coins dumped on a drum. Fluter staggers, mercury wielder drops tube. Quicksilver splashes, sputters, and freezes into microglobes under cool air. Danger neutralized. Courier advances with dagger. The rivals retreat, muttering about cheating with real artifacts. They clatter downstairs, likely to file protest by dawn. Let them. You slip scroll into shell's inner chamber, reinsert nickel pin. Device hum resets, low, content impenetrable. You descend fortress just ahead of curfew patrols, bowl hidden in sack. Back in lower town, inventors still argue winners. Judges praise hydraulis volume but award best musical precision to bony teenager's Mercury Labe, unaware his cousin just lost it on a rampart. Meanwhile, the official runner posts scroll of finalists. Your alias appears runner-up, thus avoiding limelight while preserving goodwill. The courier laughs, buys celebratory almond milk cups spiced with cinnamon, and toasts quiet victories. Mainstream talking point satisfied. You witnessed hydraulis test. Obscure fact delivered. Copper rails embedded in dialcos. Academic debate lit. Eudoxus versus local potters. Antikythera precursor. Past midnight, you two slip aboard a grain lighter heading for the Gulf of Patras, armed with selenodian, gear pair, and parchment designs. Shell nestles under dog's chin, vibrating lullaby keyed to the moon's ebbing altitude. Sailor snores blend with creak of hemp, wave slaps, and distant echo from temple horns saluting festival finale. Somewhere scholars will spend decades puzzling why one festival year recorded a phantom runner-up with no design left behind, yet subsequent engineering leaps traced lunar acoustics to gear differentials. You smile into the wind. Mystery suits the messenger god nicely. Tomorrow, river deltas and mountain passes will sift your path. Thieves will follow miscopied blueprints, and scholars will draft rebuttals none will read. Tonight, moonlight tips bowls last vibrations into the hold cedar crates, writing a lullaby for barley kernels. You settle against mast, counting the sky-sea marriage beats. 1, 2, then sleep claims you before 3. You wake to the briny hush of dawn just outside the Gulf of Patras, the lighter's square sail already catching a cooperative breeze. Pink light brushes the peaks of Mount Veresova, and every plank of the deck seems to breathe with you, as if the hull itself has memorized the cadence of the shell's newest hum. The courier sits cross-legged by the gunwale, burnishing the little nickel meteor gear pair against a strip of wool until it gleams like twin harvest moons. The dog balances with enviable poise on the slope of a grain sack, nose pointed toward land, tail thudding a slow backbeat. By mid-morning you round the western cape and nose into the sheltered lagoon of Mesolongi, where the Aegean River tauntas up its mud into a wandering delta maze. The lighter can go no farther, so you and the courier clamber into a flat-bottomed punt rowed by two cheerful eel fishers. They chatter about last night's meteor flashes. Apparently some villagers swear the sparks spelled out letters across the sky, though no one agrees on vocabulary. You and the courier exchange a knowing grin but keep quiet. If anyone asked, you'd simply say the gods were practicing cursive. Hours later the punt grounds at a reed landing where the river splits into 3 silk-thin channels. From here the pilgrimage goes on foot. A path of plank bridges snakes through willow groves alive with cicada drone. Somewhere beyond the treeline waits the ancient oracle of Oeniadae, a lesser-known but stubbornly resilient shrine said to specialize in messages left unfinished. Pilgrims with half-written poems, painters with canvases they can't resolve, even merchants stuck between offers. Each leaves a token in the oracle's clay amphora. A year later they return and find an answer scrawled on the inside lid. Mainstream guidebooks barely mention this haven anymore. Delphi stole the spotlight ages ago. Yet local archives insist the Athenian playwright Eupoles once retreated here for a missing chorus and left with the line that made his career. Scholars argue whether that note was true insight or later forgery. Carbon dating disagrees with stylistic quirks, setting panel after panel at conference tables ablaze in polite sarcasm. The shell guides you down an avenue of weather-beaten poplars to the temple's courtyard, a hexagon of cracked limestone flags. At its center rises a single marble pillar only shoulder-high, an altar stub really, topped by a concave bronze cradle. The cradle is empty. The courier's shoulders drop a hair. We're early, but the shell pulses solid as a drum. You place it gently onto the cradle, nickel pin oriented east by north as diagrammed in yesterday's parchment spiral. Meteor-faced gear nestles on the axle protruding from the bottom. The corroded cog you found at the Aegean observatory slots against it. A soft click and the gears begin turning to an invisible tempo. For the next few breaths nothing happens. Then, as the sun clears the poplar canopy, a narrow beam kisses the bronze rim. The gears whirl faster, driving a hidden spindle that pushes a reed stylus against a strip of thin wax lining the cradle. Tiny grooves etch themselves in real time. Music you can only imagine, calligraphy too small for mortal eyes. A hush spreads through the courtyard. Even cicadas douse their buzz. When the gears ease back to idle, the courier lifts the stylus and you both bend over the wax. There, in microglyphs, sits the final seal of Hermes' long-suffering poem. A single spiral sentence describing how a god once scrawled confessions on a turtle shell because paper felt too fragile to bear them. You read aloud, second person as always, you who carried these curves across tides and trodden stones. Now carve them in your ribcage and breathe. Let the night remember what the day forgets. The bronze shell answers with a rising chord that seems to spin into the popped seeds of cicada hush, into wind-moving willow fronds, into your very collarbones. In that resonance you sense what Hermes hoped all along. Every courier is also a stanza. Every listener is a shell. The courier flicks her dagger, pops free the freshly inscribed wax strip, and rolls it into the electrum tube. Archive done, she whispers. Then, in accordance with shrine tradition, she drops a copper obol inside the amphora so another wanderer can solve some future riddle. The dog noses the amphora rim, offers a soft whine, and you suspect even half-finished dreams smell of hope. Mission complete, but you owe the oracle a gift too. You reach into your pouch and retrieve the gear twin, meteor or fused to nickel. You balance it atop the pillar beside the shell a moment before pocketing it again. Not today, you tell the shrine. This half still has miles to hum. You head back to the delta, shell safely cushioned in its fleece satchel. The punt ferries you to the port town of Novpaktos, a crescent harbor walled by Venetian-era battlements. Commodore Amarantus's flagship bobs at anchor, sails furled like tired wings. He applauds as you step aboard. Two watchmen slide the armored locker open. You return the shell to its nook. The nickel pin keeps spinning for some minutes, like a top reluctant to sleep. Night finds you leaning against starboard rail. Gulf of Corinth now a mirror poured for the sky's benefit. Below, barley amphorae knock gently, a lullaby of clay. The courier joins, producing 2 clay cups of time-infused ouzo. You clink rims. In the distance, lightning forks over Achaea's hills but never reaches you. Maybe Hermes convincing Boreas to call it a night. A mainstream fact drifts across your thoughts. In 146 BCE, Corinth burned under Roman siege, its libraries plundered, its statuary hauled west. Yet some texts survived because sailors smuggled them in grain holds exactly like these. Tonight your shell nests among wheat destined for Alexandria, continuing that guerrilla chapter of preservation. Obscure fact: recent excavations found turtle shells in Ptolemaic shipwrecks with faint grooves too regular for natural scarring. Likely discarded courier relics. Scholars still debate whether those marks are proto-notation or bored sailors' art. Consensus remains fugitive. On cue, the courier sighs. Historians will fight over this verse cycle for centuries. You smile. Good. Stories stay alive while knives stay sharp. She nudges the dog, now curled at your boots. One stanza left, then? You nod. One more night. One more hush between tide and orbit. Far astern the moon climbs, 3/4 round, shaping the water into a silver path. You sip ouzo, letting anise burn tongue and throat. The copper clip at your neckline warms. Not warning this time but restful glow, like coals banked in a hearth. You imagine Hermes somewhere overhead, tracing new delivery routes across constellations, ensuring love letters never run out of places to land. The grain ship yawns west, cannons quiet, pennants slack, and you close your eyes, listening. The shell's hum settles to a barely audible breath. The Gulf cradles you all. Sailors, dog, brass gears, and poem sealed tight as a lullaby jar. The waves slow their applause as you retrace the day's miles in dreaming. Every reed pool and moonlit rampart now a soft blur. The ship's timbers sigh in long, sleepy vowels. Even the rigging mutters like an old storyteller winding down. You feel the gulf rock beneath you, gentle as a mother's knee, and the hum in your chest quiets to match the shell's final lull. If your eyelids haven't drifted shut yet, let them fall now. Picture the bronze shell tucked safely among sacks of wheat, copper seam cool, nickel pin spinning only in its dreams. Picture the courier's shoulders relaxing at last, dagger sheathed, tally marks complete. Picture the dog's tail giving one last sleepy thump before the pup tumbles into whatever fields dogs roam when they dream of endless coastline. Out beyond the prow, the night sky spreads an ink-dark page, and the stars, tiny silver syllables, spill their own hushed letters on the water. No storms follow, no thieves paddle close. Even the north wind curls somewhere far above, dozing. Everything important is written and sealed. Everything unfinished can wait until the tide swings back. So breathe easy. You've carried poems across seas, tuned meteors into music, convinced molten brass and stubborn gears to waltz. Your hands smell of salt and cedar. Your mind is calm ink cooling on parchment. Lean into the hammock of darkness and let the ship's cradle rock you. The last sound is only a whisper,